Correct, yes?
Yes.
Fantastic. Have a good meeting.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Scituate School Committee meeting for June 15th, 2026 to order. The Scituate School Committee is committed to providing an environment of respect during meetings. We ask all members to interact in a polite manner, even when there is disagreement. We value the participation of our community and want all participants, including marginalized and minoritized communities, to feel welcomed and respected. We ask our committee members and all who participate to commit to these standards to support and respect our community. So last week we had an election. Welcome, Erica McMahon, and welcome back, Janice. Thank you so much for joining us. And I get 5 seconds of power in the world, and I get to run the reorganization. So I'd like to ask the committee, are there any nominations for chair?
I would like to nominate Nicole Brandolini to remain our chair.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I mean, other than to say she's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah.
We should,
Yeah.
I think
So-
it's not broken, let's not change it, right?
Like to call a vote, we can call it doesn't have to be roll call vote, just a regular vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Denied? No? Abstentions? No. Passes unanimously. Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm passing it on.
I am.
All right. Up next in our reorganization, we have the position of vice chair. Take nominations for vice chair.
I'll nominate Maria Fenwick because I think we have a good succession plan
Yes.
in place and Maria's contributing and it seems like it's more of a partnership nowadays, which I really
absolutely.
appreciate, and a lot has happened in terms of policy and distribution of work, so yeah. I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Weird voting for yourself.
Yes.
All right, we have our secretary position. Also up. If anybody would like to take that on? We had.
We have city interest.
I'd be happy to nominate Janice Lewald
Yeah.
for secretary.
I'll second that.
Right, okay, all in favor or any discussion?
Janice will do a great job. I
Yes.
have Full confidence, full
Fantastic
confidence in
secretary.
Janice's ability.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, wonderful. Let's move along a little bit here then. Okay, we have public comment. All right, so just a general reminder that a school committee meeting is a meeting of the committee held in public. As such, we follow best practices for an efficient and effective meeting. However, our committee supports an inclusive meeting and welcomes participation of the public through public comment. We have a policy, BEDH, to help guide us while adhering to MGL, Section 20, Chapter 30. We invite and encourage members of the public to speak on any topic on the agenda or within the purview of the school committee. In addition to this opportunity, the school committee invites the public to reach out via email anytime to us at schoolcommittee@scit.org. We also hold office hours throughout the year and are happy to engage with anyone at any time. Anyone wishing to speak tonight, please state your name for the record, please. Anyone in person who would like to speak can come up to the microphone, and then we'll take hands raised remotely. But if you're in person who would like to speak, you may come on up and state your name for the record.
Hi everybody. My name is Renee DeRosa O'Hearn, and I'm just here to make a comment about the Title IX audit. And so I read the whole audit, and I was kind of confused on page 30 and 31, where it lists the budgeted spending amount and then the actual dollars spent for fiscal years 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. Then it goes on to break down the spending between the male and female teams. And it provides that for 22, 23, 24, but there's no available information for 25 or 26. And it was concerning to me because there's an actual amount, right? A summary amount, right? 99K for 1 year, 132K for another year. However, there's no breakdown between the male team and the female team. And so there has to be reports if there's a number. And so it feels a little bit like, is this even more egregious than the 10 to 15% trending amount that's already a gap between the boys and the girls? And so I just wanted to sort of put that out there that as a reader, it reads that way. So thank you.
I will say we'll talk a little bit more about next steps on the equity audit tonight too. So hopefully that will address some of it. If not, you can always reach out to us via email or the superintendent, Dr. Rob, who's really managing that process too. He can answer any questions you have more specifically than we're able to even, you know.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Okay. Any remote?
We
We were. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Long. I just was going to piggyback off of Renee. I'm also here to support that and talk about that. I have a few questions that I hope are discussed tonight, maybe broader or answered further down the road. My first one would be, how will the district acknowledge the experience of the athletes and the coaches who were affected in the past? My second is, what does the district believe caused these inequities and how will they prevent them from happening again? And then my third question would be, how will the district create lasting cultural change and not just compliance? Because I think that's a big difference that I see, not just data, but how we're going to fix this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Cottrell. I also want to talk about the Title IX audit. I'm the mom of both a male and female graduate. My daughter graduated this year. She's a 5-year athlete at Scituate, 2 sports, varsity, all 4 of her years. I just want to piggyback off of something that Chelsea just said, which was, she was part of the interviewing process for this. I contributed to the audit report as well. I was personally interviewed. One of the hardest parts about reading the audit report, I think, is not only what's already been stated. Part of it for me was, as I read through page after page after page, I wondered, where was the accountability? It was very, very unclear, the reporting requirements. And I mean that more from a professional responsibility or performance management perspective. Who was really monitoring the success of the performance of our athletic department professionals? I'm very aware of a lot that's gone on over the past, I'd say 6 to 7 years in particular. But for my daughter, I think the other piece of it is sort of reading that report in her shoes. What it didn't capture was really what it was like to be a female athlete for 5 years. And I know a lot of girls don't have that experience, but all of the data that was part of the report paints a very concrete picture of a lot of facts. What it doesn't really account for is what it's like to be, number one, a female student athlete in this school, to face an athletic administration who fundamentally not only, quite frankly, was categorically inequitable according to the data, but also what it's really like to know that, to be a smart kid and to actually see and feel the difference and to feel quite helpless. A lot of these girls have raised issues over the past 4 years, just speaking for our family. And the answers they got, the answers that I got, were deficient on so many levels, to the point where, quite frankly, you wonder if your kid really belongs in this school system. Does an aspiring student athlete with a very high grade point average, with very clear and distinct goals when it comes to her performance and everything she does, is this actually a place where she belongs? We had that talk a lot. We heard it from our son, who felt like her treatment was different than his. And so I understand that, we're going to talk down the line, but one of the hardest parts about this report, and I understand that, it's not fundamentally an audit report requirement to kind of talk about what it feels like. You're talking about hundreds of girls' high school lives, hundreds, thousands, right? Over the past number of years, over the past 7 decade, whatever. How miserating it is as a family to sit at the family dinner table and hear some of the things that were said to her. some of the non-actions ever taken. And so I just want to be clear that as much as like the data's there, it will never make up for what her experience was. It will never make up for the things that were said to her and how she had to really think diplomatically about which hill she was going to die on when it came to which topics she would raise with professionals who are there and paid to show a duty of care to her and her peers. That's it. Thank you.
My name is Chris Carnell. I just had some questions about the audit report. There were over 40 solid recommendations in the report, but most of them did not have any date or owner to any of them. So it feels like a report that may just be kind of kicked down the road like time and time again. So I was wondering if the committee could commit tonight to a written corrective action plan with a completion date with a responsible person for each recommendation, plus a public progress report given at set intervals. The softball, let's see. Years of infraction. It seems like this was raised by players, coaches, and parents for years with no change seen whatsoever, having to put up the fence manually and whatnot. It seemed like an easy fix, an easy win. I was wondering if there was an exact date to have this fixed and who owns it. The athletic trainer, seems like could be a medical safety issue. It seems like there was only one medical trainer, and in your documentation, it documents a girl had a concussion, but the trainer was at a boys' event. Does the school plan on funding 2 separate full-time roles for this, and when are they planning on doing so? I had the same comment that Renee had as well for budget tracking. It seems that the fiscal years of 25 and 26 are listed as NA. The district could not produce them. How is the equity certified for years that can't be split by gender? And when is the tracking software going to be live that you guys mentioned in your audit reports? Girls golf. The girls golf is scheduled for 10 matches. The boys have 18. Looking at all the data from the surrounding towns, Hingham 14, Duxbury 17, Cohasset 14, Marshfield 12. Is there any plan to up the number of girls matches so it's more in line with the rest of the neighboring towns? Additionally, it looks like the match count and then the guaranteed transportation for the girls as well. So those were some of the comments that I had, and hopefully the committee can commit to a timeline with people to work on these tasks. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's part of what we're going to discuss tonight is sort of the timeline, who will be doing what. We're getting an initial glance at that, from Dr. Rabb and his report. So hopefully some of those questions will be addressed tonight, and some of those questions might even be able to be answered tonight. But we're building there's a lot to work on, so we'll build piece by piece. We want to be really thoughtful and strategic on and transparent on every step along the way with this process. We take it really seriously. So we're starting, tonight. We've had a little time to just digest this as you all have. So we're gonna take it one recommendation at a time and sort of see what timelines we can come up with for reporting out and all the accountability pieces. Absolutely.
I just wanted to add that we had asked for that corrective action plan at the last meeting with the timeline of completion for the plan to be the fall. So there is a draft. It's a drafty draft, but it is linked in our agenda for tonight. So if anyone wants to see it, you can pull that up. It's in the agenda and linked. It is just, so it starts to do what you've asked for. The timeline starts to be there. It starts to
After the meeting.
After
I
the
wanted
meeting.
to
Oh, after
react
that. Okay,
first, but as
sorry.
soon as the meeting starts.
Sorry, after the meeting. But we had the same thought as you, and so we're already starting to think in that same direction because obviously, yes, there's a lot in there. We need to start breaking it down. Sorry, after the meeting. I thought it was in there already. I apologize.
Okay. But many of the questions that were asked will be addressed in the corrective action plan.
Yeah, I think once you see it, you'll start to see some of those questions answered.
Anybody else for public comment live? Not seeing any remote participants with hands raised.
Can I just add one quick point? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Sorry.
Okay.
Out of control. Maybe you'll add this later when you talk about the corrective action plan. how would a corrective action plan in draft form, ready for the fall, address non-compliance when fall sports start in mid-August? This is out of compliance right now. So why is the level that we are going to once again demonstrate to these female athletes, and quite frankly, the entire town, why is it okay to come up with a plan that will probably start getting worked on in the fall, when fall sports start before that?
Yeah.
I can address that. We've actually already started.
Yeah.
I've already started addressing many of the things in the report, and I've already started working on things that I'm going to recommend tonight in the corrective action plan. We've already started those conversations. I've already reached out to many people. So you're going to see some immediate steps that I'll talk about tonight, and then some more short-term and long-term steps as well. So we're really laying it out. We're not waiting till September to start this. I've already started.
Thank you. Anybody else?
This is like relevant, but I thought just while we're jumping on the bandwagon, I'm just gonna say
Sure.
a couple ideas. And I've spoken to a bunch of different people from different school districts and just wondering what our thought was based off of this.
Can you just say your name for the?
My name is Sherry Carnell,
Thank you.
and what people's thought was, because obviously a team like, or a sport like football is like very different fan base than a sport like golf or tennis or things like that. So is there a way we could do a Scituate-wide booster club instead of each individual? Like, I've spoken to many different schools that do that. And that way we don't really have to worry about, well, this team gets that because they raise all this money. Like, they're all players. They're all trying their hardest. So if there's a way we can have a conversation about why does it have to be per sport? That's all.
We can. That's one of the recommendations in the report, to look at the booster structure. So we'll absolutely do that.
All right. Next, thank you all very much for speaking. I know it's tough to come to these meetings and put your thoughts out there, so we really, really appreciate that. Up next, we have our retirement recognitions. Turn it over to you, Dr. Rob.
Sure. Thank you so much. So we're really pleased to have retirees here this evening representing all of our 6 schools as well as central office. So I'm going to take the privilege of beginning with central. I'll take the privilege of beginning and ask Dr. Bober, our retiring special education director, to join us up at the table. And then after that, Mr. Lynch will talk about another retiree in central office, and then we'll go alphabetically through the elementary schools, since that seems to be an acceptable way to do things, and then go to the middle school and high school. And we're really excited to have everybody here, and we have a small little gift for all the retirees in the back. So beginning with Dr. Bober, we're here, and if you came to her retirement party, these are a shortened version of what I said there. So we're here to say a deeply grateful and incredibly reluctant see you later to our phenomenal Director of Special Education, Michelle Bober. When you work in education, you meet a lot of dedicated people, but every so often you cross paths with someone who doesn't just do their job, they embody their mission, and that is Michelle. In a field defined by rigorous regulations, endless paperwork, and naturally high emotions, Michelle has always been our North Star. She handles the most challenging situations with a calm, steady hand and unshakable sense of integrity. Her professionalism isn't just about following rules. It's driven by a fierce, unwavering philosophy. Students come first. And whether it's a 3-year-old entering our pre-K program or an 18-year-old preparing to transition out of high school, Michelle has spent her career looking at every single child and asking, what do they need to thrive and how do we make it happen? I'm very pleased to acknowledge Michelle's retirement this evening. Congratulations. Mr. Lynch.
Thank you very much. I'm here this evening to recognize Joanne Anderson, who is one of our great supports in central office. So In preparing for her retirement speech and for tonight's recognition, I asked some of our department chairs and principals to just share a few things that they really appreciate about the 10 and a half years that Joanne has been serving Scituate Public Schools. So here's some of the direct quotations. Joanne has a willingness to go above and beyond to make things easier for others. If she's talking on the phone or greeting someone at the door, she treats them all with the same respect and kindness. Joanne was my first contact at SPS and made sure I was comfortable and set up for success. She has endless patience and the magical ability to make lots of field trip forms, schedules, and calendars perfectly organized, 196 field trips to date, exclamation point. And she consistently asks how you're doing and genuinely cares about the answer. One additional story we had was one of our interviewees was very nervous, and Joanne took the time to connect with that person personally and got them back to a level where they were able to represent themselves the best way they could. So those are the stories I collected. And personally, I really appreciate Joanne, our 2 years together, all the support you provided for me, our district, and you put us on a great path for future success. So we wish you all very well in your retirement.
Next up, Mrs. Kate Shula from Cushing.
Thank you very much. We have 2 retirements at Cushing this year. Mr. Peter Munt, who could not be with us this evening, but deserves to be spoken about, if you don't mind. Ms. Sheehan, Christine Sheehan from Hatherley, and I have the privilege of announcing the retirement of our beloved music teacher, Mr. Peter Munt. Peter has been a music teacher for the past 36 years, starting out in Medford and then moving to Bridgewater Raynham. For the past 18 years, Peter has worked here in Scituate. While he primarily worked at Cushing, he also worked at Hadley and Wampatuck as the general music and chorus teacher. Peter was genuinely the kindest human being you have ever met. He cared deeply about the schools that he worked at. He composed school songs to increase school spirit, and these traditions will last into the future. Peter was also a kind and supportive colleague. He always made sure to stop you in the hallway, shake your hand, and ask how you were doing. Peter embodies all of the things that great teachers do. He absolutely loved what he was doing, and he had a firmly held belief that his students could do anything that they set their minds to. At every chorus recital, you would see students full of joy, stepping out of their comfort zones to do solos because Mr. Munt made them feel that this was something they could do. He recognized that this is music's greatest power. It brings people together in harmony and in joy. Peter, thank you for your passion. Thank you for your kindness. You have inspired countless students through your love of music, and your impact will be felt in Scituate for years to come. And next, I have the pleasure of speaking on behalf of Miss Linda Mardus. For 21 years, Linda Mardus has been so much more than the person behind the health office door. She has been the calm in our chaos, the reassuring voice when Cushing kiddos were scared, and the steady presence who kept our entire school community safe and cared for each and every day. One 5th grade student told me today, sometimes when I had to go to the nurse's office, I was nervous, but the minute I saw Mrs. Mardus's face, I felt better. Does she really have to retire, Mrs. Shula? Could she please just come to Gates with all of us? Miss Mardus has always approached her work with incredible professionalism and dedication, taking every single scrape, stomachache, allergy, and emergency seriously, while somehow managing to bring a great deal of laughter and lightheartedness to even the busiest of days with her wonderful sense of humor and laugh. She has gone above and beyond her job description time and time again, giving her heart to the students, families, and staff at Cushing each and every day. When I transitioned to Cushing, I asked students about the school nurse, and one student told me, you know, Mrs. Shula, our school nurse always puts everyone else's needs before her own. While we will miss her expertise, her kindness, her laughter, and daily smile, Despite it all, we are so happy that this next chapter gives her the precious gift of time with her husband and her 2 grown daughters. Thank you, Mrs. Mardus, for 21 years of unwavering care, compassion, and commitment. Cushing is a better place because of you, and your legacy will be felt here for many years to come. Congratulations on your well-earned retirement.
Next up, Mrs. Sheehan from Hatherley. No. She didn't have any retires. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Mrs. Holdak from Jenkins.
Hi, I'm Mary Oldak, the principal at Jenkins. We'll make up for Hatherley because we have 5 retirements. So I'm just going to ask each of them to just raise their hand just so we know who they are when I speak about them. But we have 5 retirements this year with a total of 113 years of service. And many of these staff members have been at Jenkins since it opened in 2001, since it was built in 2001, which I think is a real testament to our strong school culture and sense of family amongst the staff. Oh, Ann Burke. Ann, there's Ann. Ann is retiring after 13 years of service in our schools, and she's retiring as a kindergarten paraprofessional in Mrs. Norton's classroom. And we thank Ann for her warmth and nurturing spirit that she's brought to our youngest learners every day. And for also starting the oh-so-popular French club that she brought to Jenkins for the past 2 school years. It's always fills right up. So thank you, Ann. Jeannie Crean. Can you raise your hand, Jeannie? Jeannie, 24 years. For the teachers, I asked their current students what they'll remember the most about their teacher, and we also asked the graduating seniors, so the Scituate High School class of 2026, if they had Mrs. Korean, what they would remember. So her current students said that they will remember that she helps them find a friend when they don't have anyone to play with, and that she has good talks with us. The graduating senior memories: playing house in the cubbies and rest time at my designated spot at the corner of the carpet. Always having a smile on your face. I always loved walking into your classroom and making friends at our colored themed tables. Thank you, Jeannie, for your 24 years at Jenkins. And Jen Farwell, 32 years at Jenkins. Her current first graders will remember that she always sings the weekend song when it's time to go on Fridays. Hey there, my friend, it's finally the weekend. I asked her for the link to that so I could sing that to you. If I get something wrong, she sits with me and helps me. And from her graduating seniors, I learned everything I know about pilgrims from Mrs. Farwell. You let me bring my chicken into school to show everyone. And I learned how to spell together from you. Yeah. And a fun fact about Jeannie and Jen is that they went to college together and actually taught each other's kids at Jenkins. Yeah. Lisa Masterson, raise your hand. Lisa actually retired in December after 25 years. And I am still learning about you, Lisa, even though it's unbelievable. Lisa and I are both from Pittsburgh, so we share our love of the Steelers and the Pirates. But her graduating senior memories were
This meeting is being recorded.
Her high energy and enthusiasm about teaching us. And this is a new one for me. She did cartwheels and handstands in the classroom. Evidently, you were previously a gymnast. I did not know that. And writing stories in hardcover books that they published. So thank you, Lisa, for 25 years. And Nancy Palyupicki, there's Nancy, 19 years of service at Jenkins as an instructional paraprofessional across our grade levels at Jenkins. We will miss her flexibility and can-do attitude, We'll particularly miss her at bus duty. She's the expert down there who organizes our 4 busfuls of kids and safely sends them on their way home at the end of every school day. Nancy, thank you very much for your 19 years of service.
Go right ahead, I apologize.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Tracy Reardon, principal at Wampatuck Elementary, and we have 3 women that we want to recognize tonight that are retiring from Wampatuck. I'm going to start with Kim Sheehan. Where's Kim? I can't see you, but I see you there. Tonight, we celebrate Kim Sheehan and 21 years of service to the Scituate Public Schools. Kim's path to education was not a traditional one. Teaching was her second career. Before entering the classroom, she worked in the business field before she decided to earn her master's in education. Kim began her career in our early childhood center, working with our youngest learners as both a special education and gen ed teacher. From the very beginning, she demonstrated an ability to understand children not just as students, but as unique individuals with their own strengths, challenges, and personalities. Later, she moved to kindergarten at Wampatuck, where she has spent the final chapter of her career, helping children take some of their very first steps into formal education. She possesses a deep knowledge of early literacy and early childhood education. She understands that learning to read is not simply about letters and sounds. It's about building confidence, curiosity, and a lifelong love of learning. One of Kim's greatest strengths has always been her ability to differentiate instruction seamlessly. Every child who enters her classroom brought a unique learning profile, and Kim has a remarkable talent for recognizing those differences and adjusting her teaching accordingly. She saw strengths where others may have seen struggles. She helped children use those strengths to overcome challenges and discover their own capabilities. Perhaps the greatest testament to her impact can be found years after students leave her classroom. Every year, when our 5th graders reflect on their favorite elementary school memories, it is remarkable how often those memories trace back to Mrs. Sheehan's kindergarten classroom. Students remember how she greeted them each morning and made them feel welcome. They remember feeling safe, cared for, and important. They remember the small moments that to a child feel enormous. A few extra minutes spent helping them learn to draw a star, a word of encouragement when something felt difficult, and a smile that made them believe they could do anything. For 21 years, Kim has helped children begin their educational journey with joy. Congratulations, Kim Sheehan. Next, I want to recognize Jeannie English. Tonight, we have the privilege of celebrating an educator whose impact on generations of Wampatuck students can be measured not only by what they've learned, but the memories they still carry with them years later. Jeannie's retiring after 27 years of service to Scituate. For most of those 27 years, she has been in room 1 at Wampatuck. Teaching 4th grade and helping hundreds of students navigate an important year in their elementary school experience. Jeannie's knowledge of the 4th grade curriculum is truly remarkable. She spent decades refining her craft, understanding exactly how to engage students, challenge them, and help them grow. While students learned a tremendous amount in room 1, what they often remember most are the moments that made Jeannie's classroom uniquely hers. They remember her sense of humor. They remember attendance each morning being taken in both English and Spanish. They remember anticipating or perhaps cautiously approaching her April Fool's Day jokes. They remember gathering for read-alouds that sparked imagination and discussion. They remember outdoor snacks, movement breaks. They remember diving into animal research projects and discovering the joy of becoming experts on topics of their own. Over the course of 27 years, Jeannie's worked alongside countless colleagues, adapted to changing curriculum, embraced new initiatives, and supported generations of students. Through it all, one quality has remained constant: her unwavering commitment to the children in her classroom. She understood that every child deserved to be heard, supported, challenged, and celebrated. She worked to ensure that students received what they needed to succeed, and she never hesitated to speak up on their behalf. As she closes the door to room 1, For the final time, Jeannie can take pride in knowing that her impact will continue long after her retirement. Congratulations, Jeannie. And finally, we're going to celebrate Michelle Moran. She was our admin assistant who retired in December. Michelle served Scituate Public Schools for 31 years, and all of that time was spent at Wampatuck. Her story is one that perfectly captures the spirit of community that makes our school special. She didn't begin her journey as an employee. She began as a parent, volunteer with the Wampatuck PTO. And like so many dedicated parents, she wanted to help, but unlike most, she spent so much time at school that eventually someone suggested she get a job. What followed was a great career that touched countless families, students, and staff. Michelle first became a para and later an admin assistant, serving generations of children, becoming one of the most familiar and trusted faces in our school community. Over the years, she wore many hats. She ran after-school knitting clubs. She helped support the Early Childhood Center. She organized our beloved traditions like the kindergarten orientation and the senior walkthrough and our cookie swap at the holidays. Michelle has always been the person who remembered details. Her deep knowledge of our schools and our community has been invaluable. If you had a question about Scituate history, school history, or how something has always been done, chances are Michelle had the answer. Her legacy lives in the students she supported, the family she helped, and the colleagues she encouraged, and the tradition she helped create. She leaves behind not only a great record of service, but a stronger, more connected school community. Congratulations, Michelle Moran.
Thank you, Mrs. Reardon. Next up, Mr. Ryan Beatty, Gates Middle School.
Good evening, and congratulations to all our retirees. It's my honor to recognize two employees from Gates Middle School. First, we will recognize Ms. Heidi Branca, who is retiring after a remarkable 18 years dedicated to serving students, families, and the Gates Middle School community. Throughout her career, Mrs. Branca has helped students discover their strengths, build confidence, and achieve growth that many thought was not possible. She is the kind of educator who never accepts the limit on what a child can accomplish. Instead, she works tirelessly to identify each student's unique abilities and creates opportunities for them to experience success, often in ways that they never imagined they could. Her unwavering belief in her students has inspired them to believe in themselves. Mrs. Branca is a fierce advocate for students and families. She approaches every child with compassion, patience, and a deep understanding of their individual needs. Her ability to differentiate instruction is truly exceptional. She is a master at meeting students where they are while ensuring they are appropriately challenged and supported. Whether working with a struggling learner or helping a student reach new heights, she has an extraordinary talent for designing learning experiences that allow every student to grow. What makes Ms. Branca especially remarkable is the culture she has helped build at Gates. She has been instrumental in fostering an environment where every student feels valued, respected, and included. Her students adore her because they know she genuinely cares about them, and they respect her because she consistently holds them to high expectations while providing the support they need to succeed. Through her work, she has helped make Gates a great place where everyone truly belongs. Mrs. Branca's impact extends far beyond the students she has served. She has been a trusted mentor, collaborator, and a source of wisdom for countless colleagues. Her expertise, professionalism, and commitment to excellence have made those around her better educators. On a personal level, I can say that I have learned more from Mrs. Branca about what it means to be an effective educator than from any other colleague in my career. Her example has shaped my own leadership and understanding of how meaningful relationships, high expectations, and relentless advocacy can change lives. The legacy that Mrs. Branca leaves behind can be seen in the confidence of her students, the gratitude of families, and the countless educators she has influenced along the way. While her presence will be deeply missed, the impact of her work will continue to be felt for many years to come. Congratulations, Mrs. Branca. I now have the privilege of honoring Mrs. Liberty, who cannot be with us tonight, but throughout her 30-year career as a specialized paraprofessional, Mrs. Liberty has helped support learners of all ages from kindergarten through high school helping students grow academically, socially, and emotionally. Her creativity, patience, and wonderful sense of humor have brought joy to countless classrooms and created meaningful connections with generations of students. Mrs. Liberty's impact extends beyond the school day. Through her involvement with Best Buddies and the Unified Sports Program, she has gone above and beyond to create opportunities for inclusion, friendship, and belonging for all of our students. Her commitment to supporting others has made our school community stronger and more welcoming. We congratulate Mrs. Liberty tonight.
Next up, Mr. Mark Laranger, principal of Scituate High School.
Thank you, Dr. Rabb. I have the pleasure of honoring 5 retirees from Scituate High School. First, Margaret and Sarah. Margaret Jenkins and Sarah Carlson, paraprofessionals in the IXL program. Margaret and Sarah are both retiring after more than 20 years of dedicated service. The impact they have had on the past and current students is truly priceless. They have been outstanding professionals who have helped students develop independence, gain meaningful employment, and prepare for successful lives. Sarah's legacy will live through the garden courtyard she helped enhance and nurture, while Margaret's legacy can be seen in the countless community-based opportunities she's helped establish for IXL students. Their commitment, compassion, and belief in our students have shaped the program in ways that cannot be measured. They will be deeply missed, and their contributions to the IXL program at Scituate High School cannot be replaced. Mr. Timko and Mrs. Meredith said about Margaret, Margaret is just so awesome. Our vocational program was in such good hands with her. She is irreplaceable. Our next retiree is Donna DeMello, cafeteria worker for 23 plus years. When I asked the staff for input on Donna, the word used most was, she is so kind. Donna was nice and welcoming in our cafeteria at Scituate High School. Her smile and kind demeanor were evident each and every day. I personally enjoyed seeing Donna in the caf every day. She was always happy to greet the kids. I personally, when I asked Taryn about what she felt about Donna, she said, Donna is just so awesome. She's so kind to the students. She is so missed. The moment she left the cafeteria, we felt the difference right away. One coworker said that in the caf is not the same without Donna and never will be. Donna, enjoy retirement. Our next retiree, Jane Bullens, a custodian for 22 years. Jane worked a 12 to 7:30 shift at Scituate High School and did a great job. She was reliable and cared for her work each and every day. For 2 years, Jane would be working hard in the hallways in the office where I was, and at late nights, I was often with her having great conversations. Our administrative assistants just adored her and talked so highly about what Jane was like to work with every day. Congratulations, Joan. Enjoy retirement, and you are certainly missed. And our last retiree is Jamie Ford, math teacher for 21 years. Jamie is one of the special teachers that you're ever going to come across. People like Jamie don't come around that often. I first witnessed this real time when our pep rally in 2023. Being a new principal, I did not know the staff that well. He ran our pep rally and students just flocked to his energy. I couldn't believe the energy that he put out in that pep rally. I remember saying to myself, every school needs a Jamie Ford. People just attract to him. He's amazing. As a teacher, he was second to none. His care and concern for students is evident in everything that he does. Scituate High School will never be the same without Jamie. I will miss him in the hallways. Every morning when I walk the hallways, he comes out and has some funny story to tell me. You are loved by everyone. Please enjoy your retirement. You certainly enjoyed it. Congratulations, Scituate High School retirees.
Thank you very much. We're real pleased with our retirees this year. Wonderful stories.
Thank you all so much. We appreciate everything, just the stories about the students are just so heartwarming. You will all be deeply missed. The marks that you left in each building are just what everyone said. You're just irreplaceable, and we will miss you here. But enjoy your retirements. You certainly earned them.
Yeah.
All right. We have some action items. Give them a minute. Yeah, we can take a 5-minute recess for everyone to. Okay. All right. Up next, we have our approval of our June 1st minutes. Hard to believe that we are halfway through June. I just want to say happy Pride Month to all SDS. Excellent. Any questions about the June?
Sorry.
No, sorry.
She's like,
Not yet?
done.
I didn't want Karen to
Bean's
jump
gonna
in front of
be
me.
I know, it's a competition. I love this.
I told you you could do it. I'm not gonna race you.
Spicing it up.
I'll make a motion that the school committee vote to approve the minutes of June 1st, 2026.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And
So
one
that's,
abstention.
yeah.
Oh, and one
abstention.
One abstention.
Okay.
Giving you these to our secretary.
That's your first duty.
Yes.
Okay, we have approval of our elementary and secondary handbooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At our last meeting, you heard the 6 schools present the handbooks, elementary and secondary. Mr. Laranger began presenting the athletic handbook, and I asked him to table that until we can make it part of the corrective action plan. It seemed a little, not silly, but foolish to do something now only to have to redo it in September. So I'd respectfully request a vote on the handbooks as presented, understanding that the athletic handbook will be part of the corrective action plan that we're going to discuss.
Fair enough. Sounds like a good idea. Okay, we'll take a motion on those. There's no questions about
No,
handbook
it's a good idea.
update for that. I'm sure we'll talk more about that
Yes.
shortly. Great.
All right. I make a motion that the school committee vote to approve the elementary and secondary handbooks as presented.
Second.
Alrighty, all in favor?
Aye.
Alright. Approval of our policies that we've reviewed. JIFCB, the bullying prevention.
Did you want to talk about this one, Mr. Lynchball?
That would be great if I could.
You good?
So just as a quick update, sort of to reorient everybody, on May 4th, the bullying prevention and intervention draft was proposed to the committee with some background slides about the changes that are proposed in it from the 4 meetings that the group had with stakeholders over the course of the winter and spring. If I were to summarize the improvements to the plan, more emphasis on digital safety and preventing and reporting cyberbullying, sharing anti-bullying and reporting resources more than once per year, more emphasis on regular data reviews to monitor the effectiveness of the plan, and enhancing our professional development to take a more proactive approach to bullying rather than reactive only. We also discussed a number of improvements outside the bullying prevention and intervention plan, which are included in the slides. As part of proposing the new policy, there's a mandatory comment period. So after the May 4th meeting, we shared a survey with families. So just at the bottom of the slides, shared with the committee. I'm just going to provide a quick summary of the responses. One response sought a desire for the consistent application of the cell phone policy and school issued devices policies across all schools. Another respondent asked the district to take a look at making sure that software is not just used correctly, but that it's also developmentally appropriate. There was some feedback on a positive school culture can really prevent bullying. So a real emphasis on building a positive school culture, a desire for that. One of the respondents just had an appreciation in the necessity for anonymous methods for reporting concerns. That's part of the plan and remains part of our process. And lastly, one respondent just wanted to say thank you for all of the stakeholders who worked on the plan to update it. So this evening, I would, for the committee's consideration, we're just looking for a vote on the updated bullying prevention and intervention plan, and see if you have any questions about what's proposed.
Any questions?
I guess I just, I don't know if this is on or not. I guess I just want to make sure, I think similar to some of the comments we heard, that this isn't a policy. I mean, the group worked pretty hard on it. I mean, I do say so myself. It was fun. I mean, it was really good to hear perspectives of lots of people and get into the data. And what I don't want to happen with this is for it to be the policy that sits on the shelf. And so I would love, you know, I'm not putting this on you, Ryan, alone, but I would love to hear some thought on, it doesn't have to be tonight, but soon, about, is this another committee task force work? Is this like, because I think the details are in implementation, and to the extent to which its fidelity is met, right? And so just, I don't know, I would just like to see something around what's low hanging fruit, what's going to be, you know, anyway, that's just my thought.
I think, so this is going to come up later in the agenda, but it'll actually come up at a bunch of times before that, so I may as well say it now. When Nicole and I talked a little bit about our different subcommittees this year, and just we're sort of reflecting on, you know, which ones are working, which ones might we want to shore up or change. We had the thought of creating a new subcommittee, currently just drafty title, like an equity subcommittee, that's purview would include oversight of this bullying prevention and intervention plan work, so that, like, because I think one of our highest functioning subcommittees, again, not to get myself pat on the back, but it's policy, but it's because we have a clear chart.
You guys deserve it.
We're
really hard
we know
this year.
exactly what we're supposed to do. And we have a body of work that we're just ticking through constantly, and the amount of work is there, and we know exactly what we're supposed to do, and we just do it. So if we can create this other subcommittee, and our thinking was that this could go under that, the athletic corrective action plan could also go under that these could be ways that we could continuously monitor these such plans, because they're a very strong plan, but only as good as the paper they're written on, unless we make sure that they're actually enacted upon. So the charge of that subcommittee could be, you know, the implementation of those and making sure that they're happening the way that they should. And I think as that work unfolds, that group could figure out, you know, who would be on it, what would it look like exactly, what's the cadence of the meetings, all that stuff is still kind of TBD. But I think that's something that we could do from our angle that could help with that.
Third leg is also related to the triennial plan, which we'll eventually hear more about from Dr. Rob, and goals related to achieving equity gaps. So we felt like that's a lot of work, and it was an initial sort of just, what could this look like? Here's what this could look like. Then the committee could sort of establish its own goals and go from there.
Yeah, we looked at what other committees have, and it kind of feels like a lot of committees do have a academic focused subcommittee, but to us, this felt like something important that could be a way to sort of tie up some of those pieces in one and provide some of that.
Well, it inculcates it into our regular cadence too. It's not just we have to report. You know, another parent talked about compliance versus not just being in compliance. So this would be a step towards not just being compliant on our reports too, but really moving the needle. Right. So having regular reports on this would be great.
Yeah. How do you keep it from just being a one-time meeting and then it goes on a shelf kind of a thing? And what is that action? What are the action steps? Who's accountable for them? Who do they report to? We're accountable to the community. So if we're not reporting out, then
it's the only way we're going to change culture, too,
right?
Is to have a regular rhythm to all of this. We can't expect it to just change.
And I would think even, you know, the group of authors that worked on this could be a really great resource for the subcommittee. Like we call on, you know, subcommittee, like little groups that when we need them that are content specific, like when we need to review the wellness policy, the wellness team really does that for us and brings forth, you know, so that group could be a really good resource and be a way to sort of keep the people who worked on the plan and who know it inside and out, active in some of that. So that could be another way to do
that. But I do think you're right. I think our policy subcommittee is like a very high functioning, Ryan, Janice, Maria, for all your work, because it's a great model for us to then apply to this particular subcommittee of equity and belonging, but others as well. So
Well, I mean,
finance and budget
I
and
can say if you
things like
think
that.
about any committee that we've created, whether it's about the school building, the,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
the task force that Ryan led, when we have very specific
Exactly.
charges, right? I think
Right,
they all
those are high
function really
functioning
well.
and
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But for tonight, for us, for our charge, it is to approve the policy. This is the bullying prevention plan is under, so it sort of is the meat that says like, we will have a bullying prevention plan. So we're approving that policy to sort of do that work.
So is
That
the
has been
motion to
done.
approve the policy and plan, or
And
are
the
they
plan.
separate motions?
Well, it's like the policy is
It
bullying prevention.
lives in,
I just want to make sure we get it right.
JASC.
sort of hinged into it.
JIFC.
Yeah.
JIFCB.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Did
Let's
you
just
wanna
say
take that one?
sort of
No,
what it is.
I just want to make sure we do it right.
Yeah, I'm
This
ready.
is getting very
Okay.
possessive of her emotions.
I'll make a motion that the school committee vote to approve policy JIFCB, bullying prevention.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Wonderful. Another policy tonight, so we've already had our first reading on this one also, ADF, the wellness policy.
Yep, so as a reminder, similar to the bullying prevention and intervention plan by state mandate, we are to review this on a cycle, and so we were on that cycle of review. The changes that were proposed are not very substantive, although later in tonight's agenda, we will discuss two more wellness-related policies a little bit more in depth, but the wellness policy itself doesn't include a lot of substantive changes, and it was reviewed against a couple of different state-provided tools and rubrics for both implementation and fidelity to the policy, just to refresh our memories on that.
And it was a lot of work, so
It was a
I'd
lot
like
of
to
work.
thank Greg Ranieri and Kelly
Kelly
Bell.
Bell and Tammy Rundle.
Yeah.
And Tammy.
All right, any questions about that one?
I make a motion that the school committee vote to approve policy ADF, the wellness policy.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And approval of the C policies, a slate of very interesting policies. Any questions anyone has on the C policies, having reviewed them after last meeting? Some cleaning up and housekeeping in those ones. Primarily. No major changes.
There are some
Just,
changes,
yeah,
but
some,
nothing
but
like
nothing.
earth shattering,
Right.
it's just,
No,
it's a
right.
housekeeping.
Yeah, housekeeping policy.
Yeah. I'll make a motion that the school committee vote to approve the C policies.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, wonderful. Up next, we have our Model UN conference, two conferences, one out of the country, one inside the country.
So we apologize because we were late in getting the backgrounds.
I think we have that.
Do you have
it? Just a well, unless that's something we don't have, but we have things.
That's it?
That's in there.
Perfect.
Yes, we have that. Okay. You guys have it, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just can't get online.
Oh.
I've seen it.
Yeah, me
So,
too.
my name's Heather Willinger. I'm one of the advisors.
My name is Kelly Trayers. I'm the other advisor.
I'm Leo Quinlan. I'm the treasurer of the club.
So we wanted to come today, and I appreciate you getting us in at the last minute with a very packed schedule, to propose two conferences for next year. As you know, the previous year we went overseas, and what we have been trying to do is build the club so that we are able to go overseas every other year in an attempt to allow all students, whether they be freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, to have that opportunity to have at least one international conference. So in preparation for that, we are looking to do one conference in the United States in the fall, and we are looking at the University of Virginia conference. It's one that we've never attended before, but it is very highly regarded. It falls at a nice time for school itself in November, prior to, like the end of the term and things like that. We are looking to take around 36 students. It will depend again on tryouts and things like that, but we're planning to take around 36 students. And for chaperones, we are going from a Wednesday to a Sunday, so students would miss 3 days of classes. The conference is hosted, like we said, by the University of Virginia, and right now, because we were just getting approved now, we don't have the potential costs with flights or hotels. However, in the past, similar trips have been around $900 to $1,000. We are really working hard with our fundraising as well. We had some great success in this year with some fundraisers that we did. We were able to offset costs for students. We were also able to work with a couple of grants as well to pay for our transportation costs, which were allowing us to be able to offset the cost for students as well. So we're really trying to take a real focused look at making sure things are accessible for all students. Do you want us to talk about the second one or do you want to ask questions about this one first?
Probably just one at a time.
Okay.
Any questions about Charlottesville?
I guess more for the chair or for Tom, if given that the details are still being developed, can you help me understand, like, what am I actually voting for tonight? Like, just approving
Just gonna look this up. We have
trip
a policy,
or- yeah.
we had two-step
Right.
approval.
Yes, so it's a two-step approval that we could update later on, but
Okay,
this is.
perfect.
Yeah.
That's what I
So
thought,
you'll
but
be
I just
back.
wanted to
We'll
make
be
sure.
back, or, whatever you would prefer, whether it's, coming back in person and presenting, or whether
Or
it's just
just
sending
sharing
the,
the information.
the information.
Getting us the information in
Okay.
a second.
That makes sense. Okay, great. Okay.
Part of the renewed policy was sort of permission to move forward.
Right.
Yeah.
We hate people to go through all of this work only to find that for some reason perhaps it couldn't get approved. So
Yeah.
if the spirit of this could be a permission to move forward,
Yeah.
with confidence, address the fundraising, address the students, be able to have meetings with students and parents, talk about it.
Yeah.
And then that we're doing that.
Yeah.
And then come back in September and October with more updated.
It might be good in the future, just best practices, that the action item actually say
Initial
read.
approval.
or
Yeah,
first read or
reading.
permission to move forward, so that if somebody was reading the agenda, they'd have an idea of what part we were. Because they're like, why are you approving it if you don't know the costs?
Yeah, or the second one, the location.
Right.
Right.
But I understand why you would need to start planning.
Yeah.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
That totally
But
makes sense.
It's
That's a good
policy
idea.
JJH student travel. Just go back and look at it. Oh, I found it.
Great.
And typically we do come with that information. And why we decided to do it now, because and kind of squeeze this in, is that last year we came in the fall and we were trying to go to UVA and we got locked out because they already filled up.
Yeah.
And so we wanted to get on the agenda to at least get that so that we could register and try to move forward.
Totally makes sense. Just wanted to make sure.
I like the first reading idea though for all.
Great.
The second trip, as you pointed out, we don't even know where we're going yet. But this is the conference that we went to last year where it was in Geneva. Last year when we were in Geneva. Yale offers a Model UN conference in Europe. And so this past year, we didn't attend it, but they were in Rome. And so every year it sort of switches to a new location. They're finalizing, and I think midsummer they're going to release the dates are confirmed, but the places are still optional. I am personally hoping for Vienna. That's where I'd like to go. But Vienna, Paris, Madrid, Lisbon, or Prague are the 5 considerations right now. And so that would be released midsummer. And the same thing again, we would plan to come back and present that information and the logistics and the flights and all that. But considering where we were last time, probably looking around $2,500 to $3,000 a person. And in some ways, this is a lot less expensive than a lot of other trips because we're planning all of the activities as opposed to going through an organization that is doing it.
Any questions on?
And I didn't say, I'm sorry, for the students will be going on a Tuesday and coming back on a Sunday. So students would miss 4 days of school. And then just depending on flights and things like that. I think last time we had to come back on a Monday in order to, but that's what our goal is at this point.
What, do we know when the conference starts?
March 9th to the 15th.
It's that whole time.
So it's not the whole time, so we would leave,
It's the same as last time.
it's the same as last time, so it's the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And so we'd take one day sort of as a travel day. We'd have another day built in for some sightseeing, of course, because they're spending the money to go to Europe. We want them to be able to see things. But the bulk of that time is the conference itself.
The cost is, I know it's a great opportunity. Now, the last time you went, were you able to fundraise to cut down on, enough to cut down on that cost? Because that, to me, I mean, I have a hard time approving a trip when it's that much money, but like, and I don't want anybody to not be able to go, or not be able to, fundraise enough.
I think part of it too is that, like we're trying to provide multiple opportunities, and I recognize, right, like for my own children, if this was the cost, I might say, you've got to pick one. You maybe can't go to two, or this is coming up, you need to save money or ask for, birthday presents and things like that, you know what I mean, to like help offset the cost. So I recognize that it can be difficult to do that. This year we were able to raise around over $3,000 with one of our fundraisers. And so we were able to give students, like $500 for like a piece. And then also for some students, we've been able to go through Community Christmas as well, although we're trying to cut back on some of that. This year, we also wanted to offer an opportunity for some parents that might be able to afford these and maybe be willing to sponsor other students as well. I know, again, it's a lot of money, but some families obviously have a little bit more availability to be able to offset, even $100 of costs for students.
And I think too, on like the broader conversation of this, we've both been part of like the recent group at the high school to better organize our fundraising for clubs and activities. And I know there's a committee, like a subcommittee now working on like a student account and ways for students to for us to actually assess student need and distribute it more evenly. So we're hoping to that when that gets off the ground in the fall, that will be really helpful and will be advertised to students earlier and often, hopefully to make it a little more equitable.
One of the things that's happening with that, at least right now, at least what's proposed, is for the senior classes that graduate, if there's leftover funds in their account, that they would perhaps transfer that over to like a student scholarship fund. And so the details are still being worked out, but that would be an opportunity to be able to build some money up so that we are able to offer these opportunities for students.
I think one thing that would be helpful for us maybe is like a bird's eye view of all the field trips and the costs and the dates, because sometimes we do approve them so far in advance that it's hard for us to keep track of what we have approved, when the trip is, and how much that trip costs. Just because I think it's helpful to also keep an eye on, are we offering something for all different student interests?
You're talking about across, not just
across
UN,
the
Model UN,
district,
you're saying
across
all
the
field
district.
trips. Yeah.
I think it's really important that we are offering something for a kid who's really into, government and social studies like UN versus, kids that are interested in biology and they go to, or whatever, so I think that would help kind of be able to see that bird's eye view, but also remind us of we did approve a trip that was around this price point for China or for Galapagos or whatever, because it's hard for us to remember that. And secondly, we've talked about this before, but I know a few years ago we established a little fund in the district budget to help offset costs of field trips when students needed it. And I know in the past we've said that that's available and all that, but I just would love maybe if we could get some sort of update on how much of that is typically used every year, where is it used? Is it pulled from equitably across different field trips, or I don't know, I just think that might help us also.
Right, and how do people act, like what is the accessibility of that for people?
Yeah.
This question has come up in our meetings that we've been having about fundraising and about offering these scholarships. And right now, it does not feel like that money is accessible because it's sort of been pushed back on like, well, can't, like the senior class donate the money and then we can ask for like a donation from but like it doesn't feel accessible yet. So maybe we just haven't talked to the right people to sort of organize it, but I don't know how much it is but we haven't really tapped.
There's I feel like there's no process to get it, and also when there's no process to monitor.
I think that process, we have a process to monitor, that could help make sure that there was a process to access.
I think that's in the works.
That's
in the process.
Yes.
Because I think they were mirroring it on some of the community Christmas. You know what I mean? Like there was a form that was going to be filled out that and some of the questions on the form was, have you accessed, scholarships earlier this year, right? Because on one hand, you have students who will opt into every trip, which is lovely. But if, and then there are other students that might be able to just afford one and would never ask for the aid. And so trying to make sure that that's equitable, with options for students.
Yeah, exactly.
That accessibility and distribution would be an interesting topic for an equity committee if it were established internally. And then creating an opportunity for students to be identified, and I think you were speaking to this a moment ago, without having to raise their hand in a way that's othering, right, is valuable.
Yeah,
and that's not easy to strike, so something that we can talk about.
We do that in the meetings that, like we always make sure that we tell students, and in the parent form that they come home, parents have to sign off and they get to just sort of check on that form that only we see whether or not they're looking for financial aid, and then we as advisors reach back out to the parents and have that conversation. So we kind of remove the students from that conversation itself.
I mean, I want to be equitable to all the students, and if they look at these two trips, the Model UN students, and if it's just one student that says, well, I'm not even going to try to go to Europe because I know my family can't afford that. Like, that's to me not equitable. And they might not want to come forward. That's it. So it's just tricky.
I think the other thing too, and again, it's not, not everyone can go on every trip. We are going to be offering, I know that Richard Kerman's going to be coming back in the fall with our local conferences as well. So again, there are sort of different levels of conferences that students can go to. The local conferences are only about $300. There are going to be one-day conferences. There's going to be conferences that are a little bit more like UVA where we're flying. And then there's this conference, which, students may have to prioritize, where their interests lie and where they want to, as most families would, have to choose the one that they're able to.
That's the piece we need. Well, that's the point though, is that if they have to prioritize based on their finances, that to me is not equitable. Okay. Am I not, I'm not saying that they shouldn't go, like this trip shouldn't be approved, but I don't wanna cut students out of even having an option.
I have 2 kids who are Model UN.
Right.
That's so amazing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. So, but what do you do when you have twins or multiples in high school?
Yeah, and I don't know that there's one good answer for,
I know,
and I would love to be able to make it free for everyone to be able to go, but
opportunity for any student.
Well, I think
I wouldn't want somebody who feels like they can't afford it to
Yes.
miss out on a fit.
And I think that's Erica's point too, is we have to come up with a process where people feel like they can ask. Because what we have to remember though, equitable doesn't mean equal.
Yes.
Right.
And so we don't want to not have that kind of trip because we can't figure out how to make it available to everybody.
Exactly.
So I think this notion of mapping what Maria's saying, these because to me it's you want equal opportunities, right? So maybe putting 2 locals together, even though it's not in Europe, you're getting the experience and the things that go on in Model UN.
Right,
That's
that's
like you've approved, like, you know, Model UN in Boston.
Yeah, I mean, they
We've
have a
approved
good model
Miss Rabel
for
in
that.
DC, that's much less expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's what I'm thinking about, just like, what is the menu of options
Yeah.
for a
Yes.
kid who's like interested in this? And is it diverse? Is it, you know, accessible? And is that menu available for kids regardless of what their interests are in high school? I think
Right.
that's like kind of what we're hoping to achieve. And on top of that, we're doing the best we can with access to funds, you know, when we have them and being creative and trying to keep costs down.
Yeah.
You know, that's obviously something we always want to strive for.
But I also think the earlier we approve these, the more opportunities you all have and your amazing e-boards that are running this sort of student level that have all the great ideas can get into
Reduce
active
the costs.
fundraising and work on reducing the costs. So the
And
earlier
also book our
approvals to
flights
me
early.
are great.
That's the other thing too, is like
Yeah.
once we know we can book, and the flights will obviously be cheaper than
Right.
if we waited until, you know,
Right.
November to book.
Yeah, so planning ahead is smart, just in that includes equity, you know, you'll be able to be more equitable with that, you know, as well, so.
So we're approving tonight's
To move forward.
Yes.
Yep.
So
All
we're
right.
voting to
For-
approve these or?
We're
To
voting
move
to-
forward.
Yeah, we're
Move
voting
forward.
to, we need a
Per
motion
policy,
to, we
J.
can vote them separately if you want, but we can, looking for a motion on the SHS Model UN Conference in Charlottesville, Virginia, first reading.
So is this like a tentative approval? Like
Let's call it preliminary approval.
It's a preliminary approval.
Yeah, if you
I
look
made
at
that up.
policy JJH,
preliminary?
JJH outlines this, yeah.
All right, so
Does JJH call it something,
No.
Maria?
No,
Okay.
we didn't have that much foresight.
So we're gonna call it preliminary approval,
Okay.
or instead of first reading.
When we get to the
On the
J's.
agenda, I will
Yeah.
reword that, because you're fancier.
all right, I'll make a motion that the school committee vote to approve the Model UN conference to preliminarily approve the Model UN conference in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. All right, I will make
Unanimous.
another motion that the school committee vote to preliminarily approve the 2027 Yale Model UN Europe Conference.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, unanimous as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Can we just clarify procedures going forward and what that actually means now, that it's preliminarily approved?
Yeah, yeah.
So that obviously we can register for the conferences. Are we able to book flights? So this is where, you know, my question is like, how far can we go if we're not necessarily fully approved yet? Because I would hate to incur costs that would then maybe not be approved.
What would be the time, can I jump in?
Yeah,
Madam
yeah.
Chair?
Yeah,
What
I'm
would be the
pulling up
timing
policy.
that you would need? Like, in other words, would September be too aggressive? Would October be too aggressive to come back with that information?
No, we definitely like to do
I
it
would love
as
to
soon as
by
possible.
September.
Okay, well, we haven't discussed it yet, but our first meeting will probably be either August 31st. We might even meet two weeks prior to that. So there will be at least one August meeting.
Okay.
when it comes to it. We haven't firmed that up yet. Typically, we have one August meeting, if not two. So there will be an opportunity.
Okay. And would you like us to come back to that was my second question, would you like us to come back to the meeting itself and present the details, or to send a document with the information? Either way, it's
I
fine.
would send it to Mr. Lynch to
So
review.
it says, sorry, Mike can't get online, but it says final approval will not be granted until all preparations for the trip have been completed, including but not limited to all logistical details involving transportation, accommodation arrangements, and fundraising efforts. So I think that gives you a good amount of leeway to do all of those things.
To move forward with the planning and then just
Right.
come back in and say this is what we're doing.
Exactly, right, because on this, in the second end, we want everything, we want to know
Right.
every detail.
And so then we'd be able to give the
All
costs
the
and the,
details.
and
Final
the,
costs, exactly,
Okay.
what city you're going to and all that stuff.
Yes.
I would give all the information to Mr. Lynch, and then you and he can decide whether it makes sense to come back yourself or if he can represent the final.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
honestly, I don't think
We can
that we
just
don't,
No,
we
no.
don't need to come back if Ryan can represent.
Yeah, I just think given the international piece, it makes sense that 60 days prior or more, we consider what's happening, where we're going, what costs look like. Perhaps flights aren't the cost point identified. So I think all that makes sense. I'm happy to review it, and if it's easy enough and what we expect, I would present it to the committee, you would be able to see everything. But
Great.
if there's more questions, we'll bring everyone back for consideration.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Yes.
when they're doing better now
You don't have it.
I do, but they do not.
All right, then we'll project.
It's getting
from
on
now
that block, because we're blocked from
I
access.
keep forgetting kicked off, like, and then it gives me a hard time getting back.
Yeah.
So what I'll ask Mr. Lynch to do is to bring up the draft plan.
Yes,
So that
please.
you can't see it.
They
and
can't
we'll
see
go
it.
through together.
That'd be great, thank you. All right, we have a report from the superintendent. We're gonna discuss our athletics corrective action plan, initial first, very draft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I begin, I've been reflecting on a lot of the public comment, and I wanted to make a few overarching comments first before we dig into the corrective action plan and the report itself. One of the things that I made a very deliberate decision on was not to interfere in the creation of the report. When I spoke to Mr. Granatino back in the fall and we agreed on parameters, we agreed on timing, I said I really want something by the end of April to be able to present to the committee before the end of the school year. And he showed me a draft before it went to the committee so that I could see it. And I very deliberately did not try to edit or change that. And that was a very deliberate decision on my part because there are certainly some factual things in the report, many of which were brought up tonight. Some are true, some have a story behind them. Some we've actually started working on already this spring. But what became more important to me than actually correcting or amending little details in the report was that it was suggesting to me what was said much more eloquently than I'm going to say right now is a problem with the lived experience of the girls in our program. And that to me is what I'm reflecting on. And so a lot of people have said to me, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? What part of the report, or people who are in the know would say that's not quite accurate. We fixed that this spring, or we did something a little bit different this spring because we've been working on this. What I didn't realize in the fall was the extent of the issue. And so we did this report to identify those things. And as we read through it, many of us nodded our heads and said, yeah, this has been an issue in girls' sports for the last 20, 25 years. It's an issue culturally that's beyond Scituate. Some of it is very Scituate specific. Some decisions are very Scituate specific. But I made a very deliberate decision not to go through and edit the report with Mr. Granatino and have him amend or change things based on what I might or might not be aware of. Because to be perfectly honest, it was more important to me to represent the lived experience of the girls and work on that as part of our cultural change. And I think that's been the hardest part of this because I know the stories behind a lot of the things that have been reported. But again, we will put that information in the corrective action plan. And so in a lot of ways, I'm going to say, these are things that we did in the spring of 2026 in anticipation of these changes. We knew we had to make these changes. And they're a tiny step forward. Much more important are the larger cultural changes that we're going to be working on. So, and specifically, we talk about the budget. Certainly, we have all the invoices from 24, 25, and 26. But if they weren't readily available or easily available to the person putting this report together, then I wasn't going to say to him, oh, well, you've got to dive in and spend 3 weeks. We will do that, and we will report that information. I know, and Mrs. Houle can go through the invoice by invoice and figure out exactly what was spent on whom, and we can put that out there. And if it's equitable or not, we will report that information as part of the corrective action plan. So I guess that's a long way of saying I very deliberately didn't try to correct the report along the way, and I very deliberately didn't try to fill in what I perceived as might be gaps, because I knew we could do that, and we could do that slowly and carefully over time. So as you look at this draft corrective action plan, it's very, very drafty. It acknowledges 11 points taken right from the report that I want to work on, and I'll walk the committee through them in a moment. But there are some things, like was said earlier, that are going to take 3, 4, 5, 6 months to implement. There are other things we can implement immediately. And one of those things is we're going to look at the FY27 athletic budget, our current athletic budget. And I've asked Mrs. Houle to work with the athletic director to rewrite that budget as a per sport budget. We don't have to wait until FY28 to do that. We can do that immediately. And then in the fall, Mrs. Houle will be putting forward all kinds of adjustments to our budget like we do every year. And those will be incorporated into that. So you'll be able to see those very transparently. But we're doing that immediately. Immediately I'm working with the coaches to tighten up communication I learned that our coaches don't have sit.org emails. And so we're going to be making sure that our coaches have sit.org emails. We're going to train them in ParentsWare. We're going to train them in the Remind app, things that we expect them to be doing, and make sure that immediately this fall, that's what's happening and that the way they're communicating with parents. And so we're trying to take immediate steps. So I'm not waiting, just to be crystal clear, I'm not waiting till this is all approved and voted and done, the corrective action plan, before taking action. We've already started, and we will continue to do that. What I'm asking for tonight is some feedback on this, and anything that you think needs to be added to it, anything you want me to emphasize. This is a first go, and I take it in that spirit, but understand that I'm already working on it. I'm doing the work even while it's still in draft. I'm not waiting till September. I'm not waiting till October to begin this work. So taking a look at this, there's 11 points and it might be a little difficult to read. I will put this online, and I would invite anybody that's here to come meet with me, react to it, let me know, your thoughts. I want to hear what people are saying. Again, it's about the lived experience. It's about what we can do to acknowledge what's happened in the past, but also to move forward confidently for our students. So the first thing, and this comes from the report, and they're in no particular order, but participation opportunities for team expansion. I mean, he talked about in the report how we do have equal representation of girls and boys, but are we making sure that the girls have an opportunity for participation? If new teams are proposed, are we looking at that through an equity lens? And it talks about district-wide interest surveys. Mr. Granatino spoke to a lot of people, but I know that there are a lot of people out there that didn't get a chance to speak to him. So we want to make sure that we're gathering this information. One of the tough parts I learned early on in my career when you're in administration is people don't often tell you when something is wrong. They don't want to do that. It's uncomfortable. They don't want to tell you this is a problem or that's a problem. They feel like they're burdening you. So I need to find other avenues for people to tell me what's on their mind. And sometimes that's a written service. Sometimes that's a phone call. Sometimes that's a one-on-one meeting is a little bit less threatening, and so I'm going to offer those. I put a timeline for completion here, months 1 and 2, months 3 and 4. I did this all with kind of a 6-month timeline in mind. That's probably a little aggressive in terms of total completion. But during the course of next year, this is certainly going to be one of mine. We'll talk about one of my superintendent goals for next year is making this happen. So there'll be a lot of opportunities for oversight, not only from the equity subcommittee that you'll be talking about later, but also, if I make it one of my goals, then it becomes very much what I'm going to be working on. So we'll look at equipment and supplies, transition to the bottom-up budgeting, like I talked about. We're going to do that immediately. Mrs. Houle is going to work with the athletic director to do a budget. We'll have the input of the coaches. We'll have the input of the captains to make sure that we're putting together a per-sport budget. And we're going to be talking to the coaches. So it talks about mandatory autumn and early winter meetings between the athletic director and all head coaches to gather explicit localized resource and gear requests. So I want to make sure that's happening. I want to make sure all the coaches have an opportunity to represent what they need. And those are the things that I don't know for sure. Like, it's easy to say, sure, all the coaches meet with the athletic director, and I'm sure they do, but I don't know the extent of that, and I want to find a checklist where I can ask, and this is exactly what was asked of you. You've had an opportunity to give me your what you want for gear. Codify a 5-year uniform cycle. I know that we've been trying to do that because I was business manager. We try to do that, but I want to codify it. So just like our 5-year curriculum action plan that Mr. Lynch has put out there, and anybody can look if you're concerned about, when is math going to be discussed? Well, 3 or 4 years from now, that's going to be discussed, and you can anticipate that. Same here, so that it's not just discussed, when it comes up. It's something people can look forward to. So I know if I'm a coach and my uniform replacement is 2 years from now, I'm going to make different requests, but I know it's coming. I can relax about it. I don't have to worry that it's not going to be provided for. Again, equivalent benefits and scheduling of games and practice times. We're going to review all that through an equity lens, even in the fall. Make sure that there are not only equal practice time. I think we're fine in terms of the number of minutes. The issue is when, right? So are the girls and boys getting the same amount of time? Whether it's a 4 o'clock practice, 5 o'clock practice, game times, if people want to be under the lights, whatever the issue is, we're going to be very clearly walking through that. We did expand the girls' golf schedule a bit this spring. We did get to be more than 10, but it's probably not where it needs to be. And so we'll keep moving in that direction. So I'm not going to read every last word of this, but what I'm asking the committee for is to really react to this, and we'll commit to these 11 goals, because the report is rather comprehensive, and I need to really focus on what I think is the really the most important part of these. Travel accommodations. I heard all about the travel situation. And little things I knew of. I knew that, if we were going to put, the boys on coach buses, certainly the girls would have to be, but I want the band on coach buses as well. We want to have equivalent buses that way. I understand that. Certainly the situation that happened in cheerleading will never happen again. But also, I want to make sure those opportunities are available all the way around. And I really need to dig in to the transportation of the sports that aren't currently getting it, like swimming and some of the others. I don't know the history of all that. It's a problem. I don't know exactly how it evolved to get to be where it is right now. And I think what's happened is over the last, and this isn't an excuse, it's just the truth, over the last 15 to 20 years, certain things are put into place, and then nobody ever goes over, why are the girls driving to swim practice? I don't know, at 5 in the morning or 6 in the morning. I don't know how that started. Maybe it started years ago with a very legitimate reason. But now, given the world we're in right now, it would make sense if we can put them on a bus and make sure that they're being transported. But I need to look at the budget implications of all of that. I talked about an athletic handbook. We're also going to be updating our coaches handbook. So we have a coaches handbook. It is way outdated. And one of the goals will be to update that. And that'll talk about hiring evaluations and how we do all of our coaches. Number 6, equivalent facilities. We just built 3 beautiful new locker rooms here at the high school. I'm confident that the girls and boys locker room are very similar, if not the same. But we need to also talk about, what is it, the softball outfield fencing, stabilizing that fence. Is sandbags the answer or not? I don't know, but we'll figure out what makes sense. Establish spring golf weather contingencies. Conduct regular equity walks. That to me is the most important thing. Are we reviewing this on a regular basis? So you make one change, but I think we need to put processes in place where we're reviewing this as well. Equivalent medical and training facilities. I heard a lot about, with the athletic trainer, and I've heard this even beyond Scituate. I don't want people to blame any one person. This is a systemic cultural issue that we're dealing with. And a lot of it is really taking the time. It's easy to say, for example, if there's a girls' hockey game at 4 o'clock and there's a boys' football game at 7, it's easy to say, all right, I'm going to take all the girls first and then I'll see the boys. But, boys show up and they come in and it gets handled, and then you've lost that equity. It's really drawing a hard line and overcorrecting and putting a sign on the trainer's door that says, girls only from 3 to 4, 2:30, 3:30, and then enforcing that and making that clear. And so it's not just anybody coming up and trying to get through the line. This is the way we do it. It's published ahead of time. Everybody knows that, and it allows for those things to happen. And so all of these things, create weight room time slots, propose separate full-time staff roles. And some of the stuff I'm addressing immediately, some of it is going to be addressed next summer. We're trying to figure out strength and conditioning this summer. There's a lot of things I'm learning about the strength and conditioning program and how that works. Some of it I can address and have addressed immediately. Others I'm going to have to wait because it's coming in 2 weeks. And so I'm addressing what I can immediately with a longer term plan as well. And we do know that we need more trainer time. So I can't guarantee that we hire another full-time position, but we know that there are times when there are 2 varsity matches going on, or there are 2 matches going on in 2 separate places where we may need 2 people at the same time. And so there's opportunities for contract services. There's opportunities to make sure we have those trainers available. Again, all part of a corrective action plan and stuff that we can do immediately in the fall. There's a lot of training. I want to put the coaches through some equity training, some eye-opening equity training. We've all had it. And anytime we've gone through some equity training, we all come out the better for it. We all understand things from a perspective we didn't have before. And so sometimes, it's just an unconscious bias and you're not even aware of it. Well, we help people become aware of it and become aware of how your words and actions can influence things. Mr. Lynch, I know I'm flying. I apologize. I'm not saying next slide. You're just rolling along. Support services, administrative, secretarial, and clinical support. I talked about internal communication standards. We want to make sure that our coaches are communicating with our athletes through Parent Square because that's discoverable. We know what they're saying, we can look at it, and then it goes to all the parents. We don't have a situation where somebody doesn't remember, who's on a list or who's not on a list, or somebody makes a Google list and then it's not accurate. And so we have the list, we know who our students are, and we can make sure that there's equity there. Making sure we know when the athletic director and the assistant AD will attend matches, and then standardizing the fundraising approvals. Fundraising approvals currently go through the athletic director. He does see all the fundraising that boosters want to do, but it's standardizing that, looking at it through an equity lens, making sure that it's happening. And then, we want to talk to our boosters. I've already reached out to the Good Iron Club. I'm reaching out to some of the other boosters over the next couple of weeks to really meet the presidents and the treasurers and get to know them and celebrate the work that they're doing. But at the same time, we need to see it. We need to understand that. And what does it mean for a system-wide boosters club? I've been in districts where we've had one. I've been in districts where we haven't. I've been in districts where there's been sort of a hybrid, where the sports that have a hard time fundraising come together. So there's lots of ways that this can be done better than it is now. And that's not to say that we don't appreciate all the money coming in for our boosters clubs. We do. We couldn't run the program at the same level we're running now without it. But there needs to be a look through that equity lens. So, and then administrative compliance, like I said, policies, procedures, and boosters. And I'm really coming at all of this, yes, of course, adherence to policy KCD, public gifts to schools, but it's more than that. It's really understanding from an equity lens what's being given to us, and how we're using that and how we're making sure that all of our teams can benefit. So just understand, I'm taking this very, very seriously. This 11-point plan will be fleshed out with more of a timeline, more people involved, who's responsible for each part of this, so that it's clear who I'm assigning to be part of this. I mentioned Mrs. Sewell with some of the financial pieces, but every member of the administrative staff will have a piece of this. And then coming back to what we begin by looking at the equity subcommittee and then up to the subcommittee itself, however that gets brought back to the committee, not only for regular updates, but also so that that we are taking all of this seriously. So that's a short summary, but know that I really very deliberately kept my mouth shut 2 weeks ago. And I kind of heard from a couple of people in the community who said to me, why didn't you say anything? Because I needed Mr. Granatino to say what he needed to say, to express what needed to be said, and not worry so much about correcting details. That wasn't what this is about. We will do that in the corrective action report. People will see in the corrective action report those details. This was more about acknowledging the lived experience of our athletes and what they are doing.
Thank you for that initial overview. I'll turn it over to committee members' thoughts and feedback for Dr. Rob as he continues this.
I don't even know where to start. I think this is, we took it out of the report and put it into a very drafty corrective action plan, which is fine. I would really love to see these items reorganized by low-hanging fruit to longest term, acknowledging that there are some things, you've said them, but I want to see it, where you take them out, you prioritize, maybe they still have the category so we know how it's aligned with this initial, but I really want to see when you say you're working on this, like put that in the chart, like this is happening now and I expect an outcome in a month or whatever, right? I just think it's really important because in my humble opinion, part of the reason that we are where we are is because there's been no oversight and accountability. Mm-hmm. And so we need to start with accountability from day one with a corrective action plan. The other thing I'm wondering about with the committee is I'm really listening to our community, and we've had a chance to meet with some folks outside, and yes, we were able to collect some data, but that N was very, very, very low.
Concerningly small.
And I just wonder, I would really love to hear from the female athletes. I was a collegiate female athlete, and this report ticked me off because this is the crap I was going through, and I'm way, way older. And this is still going on. Yes. And so I think this report goes a long way to talk about process and policy, but I still don't see the people in this. Yeah. And I think the thing that I'm very, very worried about, Tom, is while I appreciate that your central office team is getting involved, you have an entire district to run that includes UN and band and academics and teachers and all the things. And if you read the research on culture, it starts with leadership. And if I don't know our athletic department leadership very well, but like, I'm very worried about the ability to change culture and implement this plan with the team that's in place right now. I said, it doesn't mean they can't do it, and it doesn't mean we don't support them in doing it, but I feel like I'm just very worried. And we need, I mean, I've sort of joked about it, and I'll be quiet in a minute. I'm just really, really upset. I have joked, but there's part of me that's very serious. I feel like we need someone on the ground observing and walking through, because like even doing a schedule for the practices, who's going to be there when one of the teams encroaches on the other team and eventually pushes them off? Like, who's going to be there to say, no, it's not 4:15 yet, it's not your turn? Like, who's going to be the physical body out there saying, this is not okay? So that whatever team is on the field now can finish their practice and not feel bullied to get off the field. And so I feel like we need a team on the ground supporting, like, taking equity and DEI training is great, but like you're making the assumption that everybody wants to change, and that's just not always the case. But I'll get off my soapbox. I'm just really upset about this and think we have a lot of work to do.
I was going to ask about, no apologies, additional ways for people to bring forward concerns at this point, since we did, to your point, have such a small kind of number initially. I think for us as a committee, it's really important that we have, a broader point of view than our own perspective. And some of us have zero experience in high school athletics, none. But that shouldn't matter. We should be able to still feel like we have the full story. And so I was just thinking about ways for people to do that. What are the best ways for people to bring forward additional information now? And I think there's kind of two buckets there. I think it's really important to preserve the Title IX related focus of this report. And there are other concerns that I'm also hearing that are not Title IX related, but are still concerns. And they are related. Culture. And so I feel like we want to do both of those things at the same time. I don't want to lose that. Like I said, it's really important to preserve that focus. But there needs to almost be like another catching point for the other concerns so that they are also noted and heard and whatnot. So I was curious about that, and I wondered if, similar to the bullying and intervention plan, how we had a public comment period for the policy and the plan, if we would want to do something like that when this plan gets into its next iteration and is a bit more formal, or are there other ways like having, well, yes, ongoing, but I mean even like early, you know what I mean? I think ongoing, yes, but I was just thinking like, well, we don't want to miss something. Right. That's what I'm worried about. And I was thinking like whether it's a public comment period, I know it's like a really terrible time to be putting a survey out, but that's one way to do it, or a community, what do you call those? There's two of us. Office hours.
I'll be doing that as well.
Yes, I know you've been doing that, but I wonder if it's advertised as being specifically about this, if that might help. Just to draw out, like I thought the public comment tonight was really illustrative. And I really just think it's helpful, and we need more of that. We need more of that, and that wasn't enough really in this small slice. And that's the type of thing that I think will help us. Like I said, we can't operate based on our own experience. We have to have that next level of information. And right now, I don't know that we do have enough. So that's my long-winded way of asking, what are the best ways that people should be doing that at this point? I know it's also like right at the end of the school year, so it's not time.
I mean, I even wonder, like, I know we don't manage the schools, so I'm being very mindful of what our boundaries, but like, could we meet with the different teams? Or somebody could, I don't know, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I think people can always email us. And this is our last meeting of this school year, so that the timing is tough, but we'll have our email open all summer. We don't have, any office hours on the agenda right now for summer. Like, it's just the timing is tough, and I don't want to lose the momentum. So I'm just trying to brainstorm a bit publicly of what could be some of those opportunities. Like, I know you're responding a lot to individual emails, Tom, which is great, but that also isn't the most efficient way.
No, I'd like to actually meet with some small groups. It's hard this week and maybe next week at the end of school, but I'm available the second week in July. And I've responded to a few of the inquiries I've gotten and made appointments for July 6th and 7th. So, it's around the block, 3 weeks. And I think I could certainly offer, again, summer's hard, but offer the opportunity for some office hours. So, people could come in even virtually on Zoom, so they have to leave their home and have those conversations with me and just tell me some of those experiences.
As long as there's only two of us, we can also attend.
Sure, I can let you know when I plan on.
You know what I mean? That's another thing. Yeah, I don't have an answer either. I appreciate the brainstorming. The thing I want to acknowledge, Tom, is one, I appreciate that you're accessible. The other piece is, I think the reality of this is you're the superintendent of the district, and there's power and privilege that comes with that. And no matter how you show up in that space as this kind, intelligent person that you are, I just don't know how many people will come forward.
You know what I wonder? I wonder, to your point here, because I think there's comfort in numbers to a degree, and I wonder, Dr. Rabb, if you were to extend an invitation to female athlete alums and students in creative group for coffee. So there's not just one coming to you, but there's a larger group, then there might be more comfort in sharing.
And alums might feel a little more confident.
Yes.
Talking.
And once one starts,
That's a good
the next
idea.
one start.
Yeah. Or even upperclassmen too, right?
Yes,
Upper class students,
absolutely.
like getting the younger students to come.
And then on that note, also, just thinking about your comments earlier and the impact to students and not only alums, but certainly the students who populate the building today, will there be a communication plan to all students? I was going to say the girls, but I think all students about, because of course this is now chatter that they're certainly privy to, and I'm just thinking about how that impacts their feeling of self-worth and belonging. And so I think some type of a communication plan to the students would be incredibly powerful. And then I just wanted to raise the point too, and I know very little about Booster Club fundraising, but I know that when it comes to this issue, this is a little bit of speculation, but 2 cents on every dollar nationally and in Massachusetts goes to girls and women. And so I wonder if this model is actually going to result in equity regardless of the meetings that you are able to have and engage these booster presidents in, because this is an issue that every organization is managing, is how to get private fundraising and dollars to girls and women's causes and organizations. And so I'm just thinking about the impact to the booster model. And so I wonder if the model is going to result in the equity that we're desirous of.
It's a great question. And without getting too far ahead of myself, one of the things I was talking to somebody today about, and again, with all due respect to boys soccer and girls soccer, 2 separate booster organizations. Why do we need 2 separate booster organizations for soccer? If soccer is soccer, then let's have a soccer boosters. And we can figure out the equity under that umbrella. But those are some of the preliminary thoughts that I've had. But I'm trying to be respectful of the work that's been done and the people that have done the fundraising. But at the same time, there's no question things need to change. And so how do we begin to do that? How do we look at particularly what I would consider the relatively easy sports like lacrosse and basketball and soccer that have a counterpart, a girls and boys counterpart, where you could do that. And so those are the kinds of things that are on my mind. The other thing that's on my mind is there's a neighboring community that any funding the boosters do, any boosters club, any funding they do, by policy, a certain percentage goes to a general pool for those who need it for equity. And so everybody kind of understands that. If you raise money at any level, some small percentage goes into a general pot for those who don't have it. So there's so many ways, as I've begun some conversations, and I say to myself, sure. And then that took a week of me talking to some people, and you get some great ideas. So I think as we dig into it, we'll find what works in Scituate, and we'll find what's going to work here. And I'm confident that we can do that. We just have to start those conversations. And I'm, meeting with the presidents and treasurers of the boosters clubs. I'll try to get as many in over the summer as I can, just to begin those conversations. Because honestly, they've been doing a lot of work on the sidelines. Not to use a football metaphor, but they've been doing a lot of work on the sidelines, a lot of work that probably isn't well recognized
Yeah.
and should be. I also think there's a lot of misperceptions out there. You know, somebody said to me just a couple of days ago, well, the football boosters get all the gate receipts. I'm like, no, they don't. We do, you know. But somebody was living with that misinformation, you know, and like fuming about it. And I'm like, no, we get all that money, you know. So, and I budget for it. You've seen it in the budget. It's a revenue part of the budget. So, you know, those are the kinds of things that I also want to correct in this corrective action plan. You know, what do they do, but also what do they not do? You know, that you think they have to do. So those are all pieces of what's going to come together. But I love the idea of the low-hanging fruit and being really clear about what we can do immediately. You know, whether it's a Gantt chart or any kind of opportunity to really say, look, and we're doing it. We're building the plan as we're fixing it, right? It's happening. I'm not waiting to do this. We're doing it right now.
Well, just being really transparent that like some of this is going to take a little time. So if we have that chart, we have a sense of
This
what
is what we're
works.
doing now. Right?
Yeah.
This is what we can do now. This is what's gonna take some time. Just two more. Oh, sorry.
No, I just wanted to commend you though for sitting on your hands, so to speak, while the report was being developed, because having this pure external perspective as a starting point is critical. And I know that must have been hard as well to not make inferences relative to gaps that you saw. So thank you for that.
I just wanted to ask, this is like a kind of very specific question, but about the coach's handbook. And will that be something that you would anticipate asking for our approval of in the way that we approve other handbooks?
It hasn't been yet, but we can talk about it. I mean, I'll certainly present it.
Yeah.
So you'll have an opportunity to look at it. You'll have an opportunity to give feedback. Whether it requires a formal vote or not, we can talk about, like the school improvement plans. You know,
Yeah.
You look at them, I approve them.
That's true. I was just thinking, I think it would be nice to have it rise to some level of like a detailed review for us.
Oh, 100%.
Just because I think it's one of those things where if we have an understanding of what's in that, it will just equip us better to understand what's being expected and what's being communicated, and therefore, you know, like I think that would just be helpful for us, our own education, and I think that would be good. And then the other thing I was just going to say is I'm glad that Melissa Acosta is here tonight, because I think some of the points that have been brought up about the reparative aspects of work that could need to happen that are not named explicitly in this plan may tie in with some of her work, and that's kind of a piece that you may not have seen coming, but here it is. And so I'm really glad we're here tonight, because you got to hear some of this firsthand, and I think hopefully that has gotten illustrated. We can talk about that later, but I just had made that connection. That's okay.
To address like the budgeting, I'm glad that it's gonna be done the correct way. But how do you see doing the bottom-up budgeting with sports that we don't know who the coaches are yet? Like, because we don't advertise for some, like the spring sports until almost the spring, you know?
Sure. So two levels. First, we do have some history, so we can look at whatever history we do have. There's also, in any given sport, there's a baseline amount of materials that are needed. Independent, it doesn't even matter for the coaches, but you kind of know what the baseline is. And if we have to, we can reach out to other communities to find out what a baseline budget would be for a sport if we really can't figure it out. I also know that, you know, we're going to be doing, next year we do transfers during the year. So if we found that come January, February, we needed to make some adjustments in the spring athletic budget, we could do that. And then I bring it to the committee, or this is what we bring it to the committee, and we would make those transfers and make them.
I mean, I would think it would be beneficial to meet with the spring coaches that just coach in preparation for the next budget.
One other thing, I'll just say, this is a bit of a preview when we get to the subcommittee conversation later on. We had talked about also adding to the purview of the finance subcommittee the review of the boosters and PTO and any other donation money per our policy. I forget what the letter is now, but the donation policy.
So many
Because again, that's the type of thing that's similar to how policy reviews policies in the subcommittee and then says to the larger committee, hey, we've already done the background on this. Here are the ones that we should really talk about. That some of that work can happen in that setting and then be brought to the bigger committee so that I think that's actually a tighter way to review than asking all five of us to look every month or every whatever the cadence is going to be at everything all at once. We thought that might be a better kind of more just a stronger way to approach that.
policy KCD.
Thank you,
Anybody wants to
KCD,
look
if
at it.
anyone
It's in
wants to
his
Right.
report.
Okay. I knew it was, I just couldn't find it. But
But that's, I think, an important part, like, people who
It
are
is.
involved with the PTO and boosters need to know that
It's gonna
policy.
be a change from how business has
Yes.
been happening.
Right.
It's a big change.
So,
Yeah.
It requires some careful conversations too, people understanding the context, understanding why we're asking for this. It's not just my whim or the committee's whim. This is the law. This
It's
is
the law.
what
We
the
wanna
expectations are.
make it as easy and painless as possible.
This is what we'll later show you a template of how we're proposing to do that with some preliminary data that we're going to look at. So you'll see that later and you can react to that too and say, hey, does this work?
Yeah.
Or looking for it differently.
Yeah.
I will start to assign things, just my promise.
I agree with everything everybody else already said, of course. I'm wondering too if the boosters folks who are involved in boosters currently might have some thoughts or feedback about a new model, just in general, based on their experiences.
that's another thing that would have to happen this summer, really.
Yeah.
In preparation for fall, so.
Right. I just want to emphasize, I haven't brought this up much because I do not want to diminish the focus of equity, but I really, really think that there's a broader culture issue as well. I only have male athletes at the high school right now so far, but it's just, I think there's a lot of beyond equity, including equity, I should say. But, I just want to emphasize that things go more encompassing even than that in general. And to that point, I think it's not typical that we would dig in as a school committee on certain minutia, as it would be called, sort of in budget in terms of within a department in that way. But given the circumstance and the sort of what's been presented to us in the report, I just don't think that we would be doing our jobs diligently if we didn't request the 25, like the missing NA or whatever it's titled in there. So if you could gather that for us, just so we can have a clear understanding and share with the community sort of what that is. While we don't usually look at budgets to the level if it was like calculators, like,
Invoice detail.
Right, we sort of have the system to guide us through that, and those folks that are managing their departments are responsible for those within the departments and getting their teachers or their staff what they need in those supply items. We sort of have an overarching budget view of the department, but given the circumstance, I just think it's like, how can we not ask for that at this point?
Yeah, I was planning.
Okay. And then I would be remiss if I didn't also call this out, kind of my last point, that it sounds like, as Carrie pointed out, Dr. Rob, you're taking the bull by the horns here. The plans, the initial plan coming out within 2 weeks, trusting that the administrative office is on top of this. Irene's already had some assignments, and Ryan's going to be involved. The school committee is doing our best to say, like, from what level? Carrie's asked, can we do this? Are we stepping in too deep if we hold meetings with people? What more can we do to support this? We love Scituate, we love our athletes, we love our families, we want to help, support, and make change and be a part of that and listen and be a part of corrective action. I don't hear, and I know you're going to assign these things and there's more depth going, but I haven't even heard an initial assignment for the high school principal in this at all, who oversees the athletic director. So really getting some clarity from like an org chart perspective on what, because that's just a really important person in the process here. And also, of course, our athletic director as well. We just want to know what their very specific roles will be. And I know as a team of school committee members, we would like to have them report out on this as well, and not just have you be the sort of voice of this change. Like, we would like to see that they articulate and can share with us what's being done in front of the committee for the community in a public forum.
My ears perked up on Gantt chart because that should include a column for who's responsible. But it did, honestly. That's one of the components of that, in addition to the time and like what the contingencies are, and it makes it really easy to follow. And I just think that's going to be really important for everybody.
They're great. We use it for the construction project. And I've actually gotten accustomed to seeing them from the construction project. We do 2-3 week look aheads, and they're really helpful. They say who's doing it, when they have to do it, and it's green and red and yellow, and it's very nicely clean.
That's what I'm envisioning, something really clear.
Right.
I don't think it needs to be said, but you mentioned having two boys in the high school. And I think for folks who don't know, many of us on this committee have boys and girls. And I'm thinking, my kids are not watching this because they just don't. But if my boys were watching this, I would want them to know clearly like that this isn't a committee of 5 women. This isn't about squashing anything that our young men are doing. Equity is not about squashing one group for the betterment of another group. And so I felt like I wanted to say that out loud so everybody who's watching and listening can hear that. This is about, if we were on the academic side of this, it would make total sense to everybody that we would want equity of opportunity and getting students what they need. So what we're asking for now is for every athlete who in Scituate to get what they need to be successful as athletes. And so that has nothing, it's not about reducing one group for the betterment, it's about expanding and getting everybody what they need. So I just wanted to say that, just in case my boys were watching.
Now we'll challenge them to watch the recording. Couldn't agree more, and really appreciate the initial steps being taken and sharing that out and the opportunity for this discussion.
Yeah. And for all the folks who have been really honest and come forward.
Yeah.
I mean, I would just say if our community has ideas, to Maria's point, on how to create more spaces for these conversations, I am all ears and ready to show up and listen if that's, again, appropriate, not stepping on your toes at all, but yeah. Just please let us know. Of course, please let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. All right, you're still.
On to something less controversial.
I don't know.
Not as
Not as good.
Not as, new elementary school naming update.
So just as an update, we met on June 1st. Well, on June 2nd, the task force reconvened. And Maria and Janice, thank you so much for representing the school committee on that task force. We had over 20 people show up in person and via Zoom. So members of the original task force, as well as interested members of the community. So it was great. We had 3 students that come to really help us out, and we had a broad perspective of kind of what are people thinking, what are some of the things that people feel that we did right, and some of the things that they really want us to revisit. But one of the important things to me was that we review the work to date. And so the committee spent some time reviewing the 3 name choices, how we got there, what we did to get there, the research that we did, the extensive research from the students, as well as the research from the Historical Commission, and how we narrowed down to the 3 choices that we had, because I wanted everybody to hear that and understand that. And then we talked about some additional criteria for names, like if we're going to consider additional names, what are some criteria? And they're not a surprise to anybody. Being a part of Scituate's life, more than just a simple connection to Scituate, but truly a member of the community, a contributing member of the community, should probably be someone who's deceased. That was important.
Oh,
I
we have a policy
Maybe
that's
you do.
naming after like a living
Is this,
facility after a living person.
you're not allowed to do that.
Yes.
So, okay, good. So that was an easy one. So I apologize. Someone who can be verified by the Scituate Historical Society. I think one of the things we talked about, there's a lot of lore, particularly around the Revolutionary War and some things that happened. And some of the debate sisters, I'm sure it's a great story, and I'm sure they existed, but did they exist at the age they did? And is it more folklore? I don't know. I'm not trying to step on Scituate's history. I'll be the last person to do that. But we need to be very careful about that. If we're going to name a school, we need to make sure that there's historical accuracy. We talked about pronounceability. Can elementary school children pronounce the name of the school? And certainly a direction toward education. And could we even consider a place? We have Scituate, but could we consider Minot or North? And we recognize that Minot fails some of the pronounceability tests. After the announcement was made, 2 members of the community submitted additional names for consideration, and I'll just put them out there. Sergeant Michael J. Kelly, he's a fallen hero who was killed in the line of duty in Afghanistan in 2005. Claire McDonough, a longtime resident who was on the Conservation Commission and wrote an around-town column in the Mariner back in the 80s. And another member of the committee put forth Daniel Ward, the founder of the mossing industry in Scituate, as a potential candidate. So again, we certainly haven't decided this, but these are the kinds of names that we were putting forward that we could add to that meet the criteria that we're talking about. So the task force agreed that I would write a summary of the work to date and share the criteria with the school committee. That's what I'm doing tonight. And then toward the end of the week or next week, I'll put this summary out to the community and let the entire community know that the task force met on the 2nd, and invite anyone in the community who wishes to nominate a candidate and include a written 1 or 2 paragraph rationale. So it's very important to the committee that if somebody wanted to put forward a name, they needed to provide that rationale for us. Give us 1 or 2, 3 paragraphs, explain to us why that person is important to you and why you think we should consider it. And I'll put a survey out. The submissions would be due by July 30th, and the task force would reconvene during the 2nd week in August and begin vetting them, ultimately narrowing down to 2 names to add to school committee consideration. So pretty aggressive timeline. A project architect has really kind of drawn the line in the sand and said Columbus Day weekend, he needs to know the name of the school. They have to order the letters, they have to order some things like that. So that's where we're at. I thought it was a great meeting. It was about an hour and a half. So really allowed us to catch up. We had student representation. We had representation from all walks of the community. So we had many people that showed up, that contributed, and it was a great conversation. So we'll continue that work, and hopefully in September we'll be able to come forward with 2 additional names, keeping the 3 we have, and adding 2 additional names for the committee's consideration. So that's where it's at.
It was a good meeting.
It was great. Yeah, it really was.
I think Rose knew she was going to be on the committee.
That's great though.
Yeah.
That's where it's at. So over the summer, you'll see those communications
Yeah.
go out.
Okay.
And I'll be back. If we meet in August, I'm sure I'll provide an update.
And then that's just a reminder that we would want to vote on this by September. Yeah, we're getting into that
Yeah, we're going to need to.
required range for our architect team. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. Are you gonna?
So let me introduce Melissa Costa, our Director of Support, Engagement, and Advocacy. So she started here on March 9th and has spent the last 3 months really doing a listening and learning tour. As the committee is aware, she's taken on a very unique opportunity here in Scituate and really dug in. Took these 90 days. It was great. I was thrilled to be able to provide the budget opportunity to start her in March and not have to wait till July 1st, and really allow her the time so that she's really hitting the ground running, in 2 weeks when the next fiscal year starts. And I think as you go through this, you'll see all of the fine work that she's done, and she's really setting herself up for success and making the best of this position. So let me turn it over to Melissa.
Great, thank you for having me here tonight. I just want to take a quick moment to acknowledge the work regarding the equity audit as part of one of the things that I did was also take part in the Civic Actions Project, and 2 of the tables that I visited was around student athletes. One of them was actually a boys athletes who talked about a boys sport that doesn't get as much attention as other boys sports, as well as a group of young ladies and their sports. So it's not just a boys versus girls things. It's about also the type of sports.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing that up. So I'm sure that will become also part of my. I'll put that in these findings as well. So as Dr. Rab said, I started on March 9th. It's crazy to think that it's been just about my 90-day, my listening and learning tour. So let's see where I've been and where we're going. So in the first 90 days, I've been working really hard on building relationships across numerous stakeholders across the district. I've been meeting with students, staff, families, community partners, laying the groundwork for a more connected, equitable, and inclusive Scituate Public Schools. During the first 90 days, like I said, I've just been connecting, listening, and relationship building, as well as begun some launching of some, initiating some programs, some partnerships, and other initiatives that you'll see throughout the PowerPoint presentation, as well as beginning to sustain some ongoing engagement systems and culture changes that obviously will become a bigger part of my work. So some of the students that I've met, I've gone to some of the GSA groups at the high school and the middle school level. So GSA is the Gay and Straight Alliance. I've met with the high school and their after school group. I met at the middle school during the Safe Safe School program that is part of the DESE program. So they had an assembly that I was a part of that I got to join them in. I met with METCO students in their Oasis room. I met with the STAR group, which is the students taking action against racism during their WIN blocks. Again, the Civic Action Projects, as an interviewee, I had a number of groups reach out to me as my position to interview me as well as an evaluator. I've started also doing some classroom visits and meeting with students doing focus groups, whether even earlier today, I met with some middle school students that I asked Ms. Smith to kind of put together a group of students just so I can kind of get like what's going well here in Scituate, if you could make some changes. And so because I am a firm believer in student voice and choice, and that if we're gonna make decisions at the district level, that we need to make sure that the impact that we're making is directly impacting the students and that, that we get their stamp of approval. And so also I met with some high school students. I met with high school students in the METCO room. I met with students actually here in the library. I met with some chess students in the 10th grade. They were here one day after school. I met with them. I'm meeting with some other students tomorrow. I've also met with students in the Situation, that is our high school journalism class. So I met with them. I got interviewed with them within like my first month of being here. I will say, as far as like the focus groups, I've heard a lot of positive around the variety of clubs, activities, sports. I've heard a lot about like some really good teachers. I have heard about some of the struggles. They really would like to see the schedule change.
Interesting.
Yeah, they just talked about, more so like at the middle school level. They felt like last year's school schedule was different from this year's school schedule, and there's just too many classes. And so, I got a lot of feedback on that today. And so, I'm like, I don't know how much power I have in that. I'm like, but I definitely will, let your voices be heard, And so it is important that their voices are heard. And I've also met with program partners like the PLC, ILC, and GEMS, which is at the elementary school level, which is our programs, as well as the middle school level, TLP and GLC, and then our IXL and Lighthouse here at the high school. Faculty and staff, I've met with our faculty and staff during professional development and mentorship. So there's a mentor program that one of our teachers at Jenkins Schools runs with teachers who have less than 3 years, I believe it is. So I got to meet with them, as well as I attended the school-based PD session. I believe it was like my second week here that I got to go and meet with numerous teachers during that time. I've also attended numerous schools during their care wellness teams. And I've met during the PD session, I also met with like health and wellness teachers. I've met numerous times with the school adjustment counselors and the formerly known as guidance counselors, now school counselors. I've met with the department chairs, school leadership, METCO staff, the LIT leaders, which is at the elementary school level and the middle school level. And I've also attended a number of the schools during the all staff meetings, just so that way they can have face and name. Just trying to get around to meeting all 500 staff as much as I possibly can. I've also been meeting with families and community. So I've been meeting with parents and caregivers during Coffee with Caregivers at Gates Middle School. I've gone to a number of those. I've also gone to a number of the elementary schools for their PTO meetings. I've also assisted with METCO during an interpretation. A couple of times they had 2 families from the Boston area who needed assistance with interpretation. I do speak Spanish, so I, offered my services willingly. I've also had some parents reach out to me for a one-to-one to want to meet with me. So I met with them and had some good conversation and looking forward to some more future collaboration. I've also met with some of our community partners. Anne-Marie Gavin from Scituate Facts. We had a good conversation at the library, got the whole history of Scituate Facts and kind of where they're at and how we can continue our partnership. Scituate DEI, I got in touch with Bob Clark over at Town Hall, who then put me in touch with Tom, who is the chair of Scituate DEI. I got the history of the town, what's been going on there, kind of what their current functioning is, and kind of what the future of Scituate DEI is looking like. I also attend the monthly Scituate Freedom Team meeting as a school representative. I've also met with South Shore Digital Wellness, and we have some future meetings on the books. I've also met with Flo, is our representative from PAIR, which is our Partnerships in Education and Resilience. That's the organization. And then from them, we purchased the HSA, which is the holistic student assessment. I remember I believe it was during like my site visit or maybe my day visit or something. I remember I think somebody was asking like, what are you gonna do with like PAIR and the HSA? And I'm like, I don't know what that is. But now I know, I'm very well versed. So been meeting with them, been looking at our data. We've gotten back since then, we've gotten back our spring data. I have all of my school adjustment counselors looking at that to make sure like, how does that compare to our fall data? What kind of systems are we putting in place? What kind of work are we doing with that? Because of our data, we also have invested, the district has invested in Character Strong, which is CASEL approved, which is collaborative for academic, social, and emotional learning. So we recently, Greg Rainier and I met with Stefan, and Amy from Character Strong to review our contract with them to make sure that it is meeting the needs of the district. With me being in this position, we're going to actually make investments to make sure that our PD is up to date with our, because we often find that everything gets excited right that first time around, and then like a year or 2 or 3 kind of go by and things kind of fall to the side. So now that I'm in this position, being able to make sure that we rejuvenate that, make sure that things are being done with efficacy and fidelity. So we'll be bringing in that PD in November for all of our elementary school levels to make sure that it is being done the way it's supposed to be done, so that we do have a strong tier 1 curriculum that is being done. We have also partnered with STEAM the Streets. They are a nonprofit organization whose mission is to increase youth engagement, awareness, and interest in emerging career pathways through media, music, and interactive programming. Like I said, that nonprofit organization is bi-coastal. They originated in New Bedford and are also in California. And I'll talk a little bit more about them in a moment. And I also have a meeting scheduled with Cartwheel, which that meeting is scheduled for July 7th. I'll be meeting with Alvin from that organization, and they do school avoidance. They're a mental health partnership with schools, and they collaborate with schools and families, keeping students at the center to address some of our higher needs students for that. So that's who I've been meeting with, and some of the work that I've done so far is I launched a belonging series via social media. And so it's just a way to identify and highlight, whether by culture or profession, ability, all the different ways that we belong here in Scituate Public Schools and in the community. And through that, we've gotten some really positive, I'm not sure if, I like to highlight Knock DuPont. We highlighted the family during Asian American Pacific Islander Month, and just like the positive and the warmth that was just surrounded by, by her sharing her story, her immigration story from Vietnam, was just so, they belong, right? They belong here in Scituate, and the community was so warm and welcoming. And so that one, was just so positive. But we've highlighted, just our admin assistants, our assistant principals, our nurses, so many different ways that we belong here in Scituate, and so it's been very nice and warm and welcoming. We reviewed and shared the district chronic absenteeism back in April when Dr. Rabb first asked me about connecting with Cartwheel. I went through and I looked for the chronic absenteeism, which means all students who have at least 18 plus absences up to that point, to better understand like what systems, supports, and interventions are already in place before meeting with Cartwheel, so that way we can start to develop those internal systems. So done that. Like I stated before, I have done I've done some translation. One of those families has accepted to enroll in the fall. We've done some partnerships, like I stated before. So what happened with STEAM the Streets is apparently Gates Middle School had been talking to STEAM the Streets prior to my arrival. I was getting the position, and so I had reached out to STEAM the Streets as well. I know the founders of them. I'm like, listen, and I knew that they had received a grant to do some work within Massachusetts schools. So I was like, I need you to hold one of the slots for Scituate. So just as I was arriving, they were connecting again back with Scituate Public Schools. So it worked out that they actually were able to, they'll be here at Gates in the fall doing free programming for Gates Middle School. And so that's super exciting. So that all worked out nicely. I've also linked the high school assistant principal, Miss Kirk, to Southeastern Regional. They have someone over there who has developed a student leadership program, mentor program, and ambassador program. So looking at best practices on how to develop student leadership and what their model and modules that they work on. District-wide, I've also, I've been working with Ms. Fluker, our director of HR, Human Resources, and drafting the job description for our shared coordinator position, because each of our positions are distinct. And so we've been reviewing those positions as they've been coming in. We have just over 30 who have already applied. And so, looking at that, so we're excited to, find the right person that can fill both of the needs that we have. So we'll be seeing that. And then this one I'm really excited about as well. I attended a screening and a panel for Can't Look Away. So Can't Look Away is a documentary that came out in 2025 that exposes how harmful algorithms and big tech negligence impact children and teenagers. And so the panel then was made up of Dr. Kathleen McKenzie, who has recently wrote a book called Exit Plan, Mapping a Way Out of the Youth Mental Health Crisis, as well as Bristol County Children's Advocacy Center. A representative from Attorney General Andrea Campbell's office was present, as well as State Rep Chris Hendricks' office was there talking about the bills that they put forth on the House side and the Senate side regarding cell phone use, social media. And so I'm actually working with Dr. McKenzie now on our November PD. So I've already started on my November and March PD planning. So getting that on the books, as well as how to also bring the screening and a panel to our family and community engagement component. Next steps as far as social emotional learning and DEIB, which I've already started to kind of allude to as I've been talking, is building a shared resource guide for all of our staff, right? So if you know of a family who is in need of a particular kind of resource, it shouldn't be held for just one person to be able to tap into, but where, let me tap into this particular guide. So what are the community resources that are available? Once again, reinforcing tier 1 social emotional learning, executing character strong with fidelity. So that's focusing staff readiness, that training that I talked about earlier. Explore sister city learning exchange opportunities, whether through virtual classes, email, or good old fashioned pen and paper, writing down and putting it in an envelope and mailing it off to one of our 3 sister cities that we have, and going back and forth. Everyone that I present that to is like, oh my gosh, that would be so cool. And I'm like, right, wouldn't that interest you to come into school? Or if you're on the computer, we're gonna do a math class with our sister city in, Cork, Ireland, or in, Cape Verde or something like that, and being able to build up those partnerships that way. As well as coordinating monthly school adjustment counselor meetings to anchor our ongoing support. And those meetings are to provide peer supervision to review knowledge and skills assessment, stabilization and intervention with our youth who may need support or assistance, as well as to ensure that all necessary supplemental resources and/or tiered supports are provided to all students so they can have access to individual or group activities or sessions. It's also important that it's all while creating opportunities for students to be able to draw from their cultural and linguistic knowledge and personal knowledge. It's also important to see the school adjustment counselors in their ongoing collaborations with families and caregivers through inclusive written and verbal communication to identify ways to build on students' strengths and support further growth. I've also started to partner with the LIT leaders to share curriculum resources. Each one of the So lit is really prominent in our elementary schools. And so, but they've all been working in silos. And so bringing them together and having them have resources where they can share and they can pull from each other instead of having to constantly reinvent the wheels by themselves, where they can share their resources amongst each other. Raising flags of countries of origin throughout the district. This actually came to me through one of those civic action projects, and the STAR students, they had received a grant from Shore. And so with that, they wanted to purchase flags. So what we have actually identified that there are 58 countries that are represented within Scituate Public Schools. And so they are actually in the process of purchasing those 58 flags. And so they are looking to, actually we're looking right here in this atrium to be able to hang the flags of the countries of origin. And so with that, we're in the process of developing or organizing what does that not opening of school year, but like that first month or two, like what does that school year event looks like? And that came from them. They had historically done the This Is Our House, but they want to do this instead. So this is completely by the kids and what they want to see done, and they own this. So some next steps, which I've kind of spoken about already, but also building a public calendar of family and community engagement events on the district website. As you can see under my family programming, possibly with the Can't Look Away screening and discussion, some other topics could include 504 plans. I remember when I watched the school committee meeting and hearing about the increase in that. So I started to speak to a partner about, what does 504 look like, getting that information out to parents and things like that, as well as I know that there's some concern about maybe some vaping increase. So do we need a vaping awareness, maybe a QPR, question, persuade, refer, which is a basic suicide 101 training. Some of this information has come by staff reporting, but maybe we need to conduct like a family survey. If we could have 3 or 4 family community engagement events a year, informational, what would that look like? What do you want to see? What would you actually attend? Because I think they're great ideas, but that's my idea. What do families actually want to see and hear and listen to? As well as aligning the school adjustment counselor with the health and wellness team meetings next year with the going to the collaborative meetings once a month. So partnering with the school adjustment counselors and the health and wellness. What does that look like on the elementary school level, on the middle school level, and the high school level on a rotating basis? Like I stated, the elementaries, special education, and school adjustment counselors all on the elementary level having that professional development for the Character Strong training, as well as an all counselor professional development for the Can't Look Away. Also, one of the other things that I have started to have conversations with is with all of the district department heads on conducting an equity-centered curriculum audit. So what does our curriculum actually look like? Do we have an equitable curriculum? Where are we pulling our information from, and what are our students actually learning? As far as also community resource site visits, we do not operate in our silo, so we need to make sure that not only that we are getting out, and so using our PD days, some of our PD days to also go out. So I reached out to Quincy Family Resource Center so that way we can get our counselors out to go do a visit over there. I'm also looking at possibly going to visit the Aspire, the crisis center in Quincy, so that way if we do need to make a referral to a family there, we can let them know this is what it looks like when you get there, so that way we can try to ease some of those minds, as well as possibly like the Hingham District Court in case we do need to make a referral for a CRA or something like that. We have those connections. It's all about, in this field, in this work, it's all about connections. It's all about networking. And so the more that we can do that, the more we can ease some of the anxiety or those provoking thoughts. And so making sure that our staff feel comfortable with that in order to make our families feel more comfortable or making those referrals or making those connections. Next steps as far as our students and celebrations for our students, continuing to meet with them regularly and remain accessible. More often than not, I pop out into the middle school and the high school at least once or twice a day just to kind of get my dose of youth. It keeps me grounded and to make sure that, I'm like, okay. As well as elevating the student voices in the district decisions. As stated, when the students came to me and they asked about doing, as you can see, the flag raising as their school year opener, I came to Dr. Rab and I asked about that. He was in support of it, as well as doing an MLK celebration where the students are celebrating, what they're doing the work. So I've already spoken to some of the department heads, what kind of work can we do? Are we doing some kind of poetry? Are we doing some kind of social studies activity or in history? Are we doing something with our fine arts department where, with some kind of music selection or something like that, and doing it on a rotating basis so that way it's not all of the departments every single year, but starting to work on a rotating basis so that we can do that celebration on a yearly basis with our students at every level. And then we also spoke about, the students asked about doing a multicultural event at the end of the year. And so we discussed a Unity Fest. So some kind of end of year celebration where we can bring in different kinds of foods and different kind of dance and different kinds of ways that they can, dress in their cultural ways or however. So I want to really just give a shout out to the 10th and 8th grade students who brought these ideas to life, as well as to STAR and to SHORE for their partnership and support. And I want to also thank the faculty, staff, and administration that when I share these opportunities or I share these visions or these ideas with them, their willingness to collaborate and to make them possible. Because all the areas work together to create an inclusive, connected, and equitable school climate that promotes belonging, wellness, engagement, interest, and achievement. And so now you're open for questions, comments, concerns, feedback. That's just my first 3 months.
That's like a year.
You've set the bar very high.
I know, I'm like,
every
I know.
90 days.
For a position that had no map.
More of a
I
vision.
think you have a great map.
Yeah.
I love this map.
I think, listening to what you said, nothing you said was not important. So I think your challenge is going to be like, how do you prioritize it? And then we talked about the athletic stuff today, which isn't unconnected to this. I think it connects. So I don't know. I just feel like, as now that you've gotten the full lay of the land, I think your work is going to lie a lot in figuring out what are your big rocks, how are you going to prioritize, what will that look like for you? Because it all matters. I was curious when you had talked about the curriculum equity audit. We did do an equity audit a few years ago. It's probably quite dated. I'm sure you've seen it, but I was wondering if that is like in your review of it, did you feel like that is still useful to you, or do you feel like it's at this point kind of not useful anymore? It's outdated and we should just sort of move forward. I think it was from 2020.
I was gonna say 18. Okay, I was gonna say
2020.
No, it was like 2021.
2020.
Was it?
Well, we can find out. But my question is just like,
Oh, right.
do you feel like that still provides you with any useful guidance, or does it feel outdated at this point to you?
It is dated. I think it was 22, and then you all reviewed it in 23, or was it 21, 22?
Yeah, no.
Just because I'm
If you
looking
know,
at it,
tell us.
because I know
Yeah,
we had
what
looked
it
at
is
it.
again.
I'll tell you, I got my equity report.
Great.
February 14th, 2023.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's not
I'm living in another alternative.
Okay.
I think it was done in 22,
It was
and then
only
the
3.
report came out in 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's helped kind of guide when you're thinking about but the curriculum audit is a little bit different. Than
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I realize it's different. I was just curious because I feel like we invested in that audit, but we haven't seen it really take off yet.
Yes.
So to me, it was one of those kind of things that falls into that category of like time and money was invested in building it. And so I'm curious whether it feels like it's something that we should revisit in breathing life into it and saying like, hey, these are still good recommendations. We should still, be looking to implement them. So I guess it's something we can all sort of revisit and ask ourselves the same questions.
Yeah, so it definitely was a point of reference throughout,
Okay.
throughout my last 3 months. And even thinking about, what does the future look like and how do we, align all of this.
My only other question was just, we've been talking about absenteeism, and school avoidance is not something we've talked about in the past, but I know you referenced it today. We've been talking about this for years and asking if the data that we have on either of those topics reveals any patterns. So I know our numbers overall tend to be small, especially broken down by building, but I was curious if in your looking into that, if you off the top of your head, and you might not, but if you can shed any light on any patterns that you might have identified, just as this has been something we've literally talked about for like 4 years.
So I did look at it based off of grade, building, and then just was kind of asking, what kind of systems in place. And so that is something that I will be next school year, kind of digging more into and making sure, like, all right, what are our practices? How do they align with DESE? What are the DESE? I started to look into, like, what are the DESE guidelines, and then what do we have here in place, and how. Once again, I think kind of to the conversations that have happened earlier, things are only as good as, like, the paper that they've written on, like, and so I think part of this position is also making sure that things are getting done right. And so it was interesting just even in pulling, I think it was probably about 3.5% of our student population had met the threshold for chronic absenteeism as of April, when I had pulled the data. And so just trying to find out, like, are we sending the letters? Are we doing the, are there visits? Are there calls? Are there referrals that are being made? So just trying to find out more of that and who is holding that information, who is doing that work. So that was like within my first month, and then all this other stuff started coming up. So
Okay, thank you.
Well, I was gonna say about the networking, you're clearly using social work, like just networking, like where, like who you know where to get resources for the kids.
I love that it's such a short amount of time that you're building those student relationships too, and it's just such a great, you knew exactly where, like, just how to do that, and to see that their ideas are really not just being heard but implemented, and or like, we're going to attempt to implement whatever it is that they, some of these ideas is really fantastic. And I think, honestly, like, the more of that, the better. Really, the student voice is really important, and we always kind of reiterate that here. So it's good to see that. And obviously, just structurally having, school adjustment counselors and that team have, someone to go to and also a place for them to connect and, discuss and feel like they have a team, I think is really important. And then that's just going to provide more support for students and families. So I love everything about this.
Yeah. I think for the students too, when they came to me about, like, the flag and the multicultural, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. They were like, we can? And I was like, yeah, and then, like, we're, like, walking around the building, like, just trying to figure out, like, a logistical, like, space for it. And so then I brought in, like, the facilities manager, and I'm like, let's measure. And, so we were like, and then we're figuring out, like, all right, what does that event look like? So more to come, but I think it's going to be really cool.
Yeah, that's right. Just the resources overall. I think when you're a parent and your child is struggling, or even down the sort of spectrum of that in crisis, the school is should be such a rock and a place for resources. And, if that isn't solid, and that's just where families kind of fundamentally, I think, if kids aren't able to learn or access curriculum, like, what is the point of what we're doing? So your work is just so critical to the success of all students, just overall. So really shoring those resources up for families and building those relationships with community partners is it's just something that has been missing, and it's to me it's like a game-changing, component to a successful school district that is, does have a high sense of belonging and safety for kids. It's really critical. So I love that that's a central focus too. Like Maria said, everything's important, but safety and belonging. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Sorry for the very long night. Everyone. A little bit longer.
Last final meeting.
I know, we tend to do that. All right. Our technology director, Jackie Frangello, update.
Thank you everyone for having me here tonight. I love being asked to come back for a year or two. This is great. So tonight we're just gonna go over, an overview of the tech department, what we've been working on, what we have coming up, some of the accomplishments that we've achieved. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Jackie Frangello, the Director of Educational Technology. I've been in this district, this is my 11th year, but my 2nd year in this role. So I have the agenda up. As part of my department, we are still a very small but mighty department. We cover a lot, we do a lot. There's myself, Chris Kuhn, who is our IT coordinator, who helps manage, all the operations, the network infrastructure, device repairment. We have Tara Gaudet, who is our technology integration specialist for grades 6 to 12 up at Gates in the high school. Tara specializes in supporting the teachers and the students in integrating the technology into the classroom and supporting them there. And then we have Sue Egan, who is our technology paraprofessional, who basically, I like to call her the manager of elementary. She manages all of our elementary schools and supports all of their technology needs every day down there. So some of our key focus areas over the past year have been network effectiveness, cybersecurity, and safeguarding student information. So last year I came and I presented and talked a little bit about how we were in that auditing and analysis phase where we were coming in, we were a new team, and we really had to take a look at where we were as a tech department. We manage 2 different pieces of technology in the district. We handle all the network, plus we handle a good chunk of the educational side. So we took a year, my first year in, to really audit and analyze and see where we were in our technology environment. And what we found was that on both our network and education side, we needed to really strengthen our security posture. With cyber attacks, security threats just becoming more and more sophisticated and happening, schools are not immune to it. Nobody's immune to it. So it was important for us to start to build that into our technology environment and our goals and moving forward. So this past year, like I said, we started to focus on that. We started to focus on improving that posture and moving more towards compliances and strengthening network security, firewalls, our Wi-Fi, and then also taking a look at the educational side where we started to take a look at some of our educational platforms that we use and to make sure that those are meeting our privacy technology standards, COPPA, FERPA, that I'll talk a little bit more about. There's still a ton that we have to do, but we are making good progress and success and taking it little by little, and we're building a good foundation for us. So some of the core services that keep us running, as a technology department, like I said, we're small but mighty. We do handle both network and education. We are always education first. So we are always, every single day, about supporting our teachers and our students in the classroom, making sure that our network is up and running, it's strong, that they can access their resources. We're also trying to help enhance the different educational outcomes with the technology that they're using each and every day. School community, so we support everyone across the district. We're supporting all of our students, all our staff, our administrators, and our families. Our day is never the same every single day, and we're constantly, meeting with different people, talking with different people. We service all different facets of technology across the different departments, levels, all the time, you name it. We are very entrenched in the school community. We're constantly in and out of schools all day, so you will always see a member of the technology department somewhere, whether it's classroom, hallway, here at the tech space, we're around. So in our day-to-day, we are focusing on proactive solutions. So we are constantly monitoring our systems, managing updates, looking to see what's coming out with the technology. We are a Google Workspace for Education district, so we use all of the Google resources, so trying to stay up to date with those, making sure that our teachers have the resources that they need. So we're constantly monitoring, we're constantly looking forward and trying to either solve issues before they become an issue, and just really monitoring and having a good pulse on our technology throughout the district. We are constantly adapting. As you know, technology is changing every second. So we are, always having conversations with departments, talking about new technologies that are coming in, making sure that they're compliant with our policies. And we're always there to help with any type of problem solving that pops up with our ever-changing technology. And we are always around. We're always available. We're always approachable. We're very reliable. And we're always meeting with staff, students, to work with them on various types of technology. At any given time, Tara Gaudette could be in the classroom working with teachers and students on projects, or we could all be doing a training for staff, or we could just be doing one-on-one. So it really depends, but we're always in motion, meeting, servicing, and making sure that everyone has what they need. So some of the other things that we've been working on, like I said, our key focus areas were network effectiveness and cybersecurity. So some of the things that we've been working on underneath that umbrella. As part of our analysis, year one, we were taking a look at our network infrastructure, and it is very mature, but it's mighty. And we've, identified some areas that some upgrades could happen. So we were working on that. This past summer, we were able to purchase a new firewall. Our firewall that we had was ready for retirement. And it was taking on way too much traffic than what it could actually handle. So we were very fortunate enough to apply for a grant and receive money towards purchasing that firewall. Plus we have E-rate funding, so we're able to use some of the funding for that. And then, we were able to work it into our budget. So through looking at different creative ways to get funding, we were able to get a brand new firewall, which can definitely handle our traffic, increases our security, and has definitely, been a positive for our network and our day-to-day. The other piece that we were working on is our Wi-Fi. We did redesign our wireless network. we were all under one umbrella, so it was not the safest. So anyone coming in off the street was able to hop on the same network that we all work on every single day. So we had to kind of make that separation. So we were able to do that. We now have a safe and secure student and staff Wi-Fi network for everyone to work on every day. And then we have one for our guests and events and things like that that happen in and out of our district. And then lastly, underneath this, we are continuing with our Know Before cybersecurity training. We received a grant for this as well. Normally you would have to pay to provide some sort of training, but we applied to a grant through the state and we were awarded that grant again. So we were able to push out the training to our staff to help them kind of stay aware of the different scams and things that are, coming out every single day. We've had positive feedback from a lot of staff that have finished it. They couldn't believe how much it actually could apply to their personal life as well. So it's nice that we're able to provide this sort of training for them to help them take the step into keeping our network safe as well, but they can also keep themselves safe at home. From an educational standpoint, we've been working on safeguarding our student data. So for the past year, we've been working with department chairs, teachers, and to kind of take a look at a lot of the digital and online resources that we use throughout the district. It's getting late. And making sure that the resources that we're using are essentially keeping our student data safe. So in the back end, when we're using these online platforms, a lot of these vendors are usually asking us to provide them with certain student information so accounts can be created and whatnot. So what we've done is that we've created a system where we take a look at that and we make sure that we are holding these vendors accountable. So when we are creating accounts for students or staff are using these resources in the classroom, that these vendors are being responsible with our student data. We've also partnered with, it's called the Student Data Privacy Consortium, where they support and help schools obtain data privacy agreements with these vendors to make sure that they are upholding their end of the bargain. And then if there was ever to be a breach, that they would support us and help us through any type of corrective action that we would need to take. As part of that, when we were working with our department chairs and our teachers, we were collecting all of these resources, and what we've done is we've created kind of like a list or a repository of these resources, excuse me, and this list lets staff know what has been approved, what we have received a data privacy agreement on, if it's okay to use, if it's not. This list right here has been a labor of love. I would say we've probably reviewed over 120 different platforms, sites, you name it, we've seen it. We're still looking at them. This is an active list. This list will never be complete. It's constantly going to be changed. As we know, technology changes constantly. But this is just a little snippet of what it looks like. Staff can go to it. They can search for the name of a platform or a digital resource and see if it's in the list. If it's in the list, it will populate up and then it will show up in the order and what you see up here. It will tell you the name of the resource, the company that owns it and manages it, whether or not it's in an approved state to use within the district. There's also links there that will take you to the DPA. It will tell you how long the agreement's for, grade level, and content area. In this list, we do also include the resources that have not been approved. And in that case, we will put notes in there as to why it's not approved. Some of the reasons, they vary because they're all different, but we do have vendors that do refuse to sign a DPA. They can't guarantee that they're not going to, give out student information. They can't make that commitment. So in that case, we put it on the list of unapproved. So we have released this to staff. They've been looking at it. They've been working with us. If they see something that's not on the list, they send it to us, and we review it. When we're reviewing the platforms, we're not looking at it from an educational content. That's where the teacher comes in. We're looking at it from more of like a privacy. Does it align with our tech policies, COPPA, FERPA, all that fun stuff. Under the communication umbrella, Parent Square has been great. We absolutely love it. As you know, we launched our website with them. It is a very easy user platform. This year, we took it the next step with the communication, where we've been working with the principals, admin assistants, department chairs on pushing out their communication to the school community. Everyone has said how easy it is to use. They've been, getting creative with their communications. We have met with large groups, small groups, one-on-ones to make sure that everyone feels comfortable with using the platform. So we've been doing that this year, and then starting in the fall, we will be working with teachers and coaches on using this platform as well. Teachers and coaches will also have the option to just use their sit.org email if they choose, but this platform right here just gives them a lot more choices. They can create their newsletters in it. They can just send an email. They can create, if they are in charge of a club, they can create a special group in here with their club and communicate that way. So the Parent Square gives them a lot more flexibility than just emailing. So that's where we have been with that, and we are excited about September. So I think it'll be good. We already have some teachers that have been experimenting with it and sending communication to it. What we're doing well, there's lots of things that we're doing well, but just to kind of do a little snapshot, our tech support, we have taken in, I would say, probably a little over 2,800 tech support requests this year. 780 plus devices repaired, not bad for a school where we have devices all over the place. Another piece with our tech integration, and like I had mentioned earlier, we are a Google for Workspace platform. One great thing about Google is that we have been with them. We have been a Google district since, I want to say you could be a Google district. I think my first year here, we actually got certified as a Google district, and we've been with Google for a very long time. One of the things that I love is that they always reach out to districts that have been with them for a while, who have participated in various things, to ask them if they would like to pilot, if they would like to give feedback. So in the past, I would say couple of months, we were fortunate enough to be able to share in 2 different Google, I would say, pilots or experiences where they're releasing tools and functions to us before they do to anybody else in the fall. So we have been able to share that out with our staff. So they're completely revamping Google Classroom, which is the learning management system that our teachers use. So Google said, hey, do you want to release this to your teachers so they can at least see it, get to know it, give us feedback, tell us what they like, what they don't. And we said, we do, because it looked very different. There are a lot of new features, a lot of analytics. So we've pushed that out to staff. There's nothing that they have to do, but they get to see the new look. They get to give feedback, and they get to see ahead of time kind of what's coming down the pike, because beginning of the year is always a busy time. So it's nice that they got to see that. Another thing that Google has pushed out is called it's called Class Tools, which we saw it, we started playing around with it, and we were like, wow, we actually have had teachers for years, I would say since COVID, asking us for tools like this. But unfortunately, tools that Google has pushed out now, they're extremely expensive. Teachers have asked for a monitoring system. They've been asking for ways, can I just take a group of resources and push it out to the student device? And things like that are just very costly and hard for a district to maintain year after year. Google has come out with their own class tools. So Tara Gaudet was like, I would love to introduce this to a few teachers that I know that have been asking, run it by them, see what they think. She met with a group of teachers, a few teachers one day, and I would say by the end of the day, she was getting contacted by half of the middle school wanting to know, what are these tools? How can I get them? So we've been working with the teachers to kind of get them set up with that, and they've been thrilled. So class tools allows you to share the resources with students, so a teacher can put together, a browser worth of resources, push it right out to students. Students can interact with it. Students can share screens back. Teachers can lock it during like a test or a quiz, which they've been wanting to do. So they've been all kind of experimenting with it in different ways. So it's been very popular. Still getting requests, even though it's the end of the year. So it's nice to see staff really excited about tools that they think can really help support and enhance their instruction in the classroom. And then one of the last things is our knowledge base. We have been putting together a knowledge base over the past year of just different resources and training materials that are readily available to share with staff or parents if any questions or requests come up. So instead of, trying to fiddle around and, figure out how video or something else works, we have a knowledge base that they all have access to where they can just click on the links and pull up those materials. And then obviously contact us if they need more support. What we're doing now, we are preparing for the summer. As always, we have a few different things that we're going to focus on this summer. We have our normal summer projects where here at the high school, we are still swapping out our old projectors and putting in the new line interactive panels. So we have about 16 panels going in here and about 3 down at the elementary school. So we're very excited about that. We'll be updating, our Chromebook carts, servicing projectors, all the fun stuff, onboarding any new technology platforms that are coming into effect for next school year. And then we just got in our next fleet of student Chromebooks. We got in about 600 of them to get ready for 6th graders, and then updating our fleet. Jenkins, so I'm not sure if you remember, but about a couple of years ago when we did a big switch project down at the high school gates and a couple of the other elementaries, we did not do Jenkins. Jenkins is a different setup as far as the network goes. They have, I think, about over 20 switches in one building, which is a lot. They don't have a central location. All of the switches are spread out into classrooms, which is really inconvenient for teachers and students, and for us as well, because when something needs to be serviced, we can't really get in the classroom. And so we are starting to work on that building so we can get ready for when the new school opens. So Jenkins is just as up to date and ready to go as all the other schools. So this summer we are phase 1 of that, where we will be building a central switch closet at Jenkins like the other schools have. Yeah, so we will be taking all of those little individual switches out of the classrooms. Teachers are thrilled. They're noisy, they're hot, they take up space in their closets. So it's nice that we will be able to have one space, and Mary helped us identify an area on the 2nd floor. So it's gonna be great, we're super excited. So we're gonna start this work this summer where we have to do a lot of rewiring. So that's gonna be phase 1. Next summer, we will then get the new switches to put in the building because it's a pretty expensive project. So we've been working on that. And then this summer, we're going to be working on a tech inventory to get ready for the new school. So we need to really go through Cushing and Hatherley to see what tech we can take out and redeploy across the district. Because, Jenkins, WOMP, will need some technology added because they'll have additional classrooms and whatnot. So we'll be reallocating and seeing what we can use across the district. Partnering for success. As a team, we are always talking about new school tech needs, trying to maintain equity across the district as well, making sure that all of our schools have the technology that they need and that one school doesn't have more than the other. We're always talking about how we can best support students and teachers. AI obviously is a big conversation. We've been having a lot of conversations with teachers and departments about navigating that and what that looks like, which nobody knows, but we are not afraid of the future and we are going to talk about it and we will figure it out. Leadership needs, we have been very fortunate to have the support of Dr. Rob and Mr. Lynch with helping us navigate all the technology, create equity, fairness, security, safety, all the good things. We appreciate being a part of all the conversations, having a seat at the table. So we just hope that that, continues. So we're looking forward to that. And then we're hoping that maybe in the near future, we can kind of talk about equitable tech staffing. Like right now, we have tech integration up at the secondary, but not at the elementary. So we're kind of missing out there and supporting our staff and students. And then same thing up at the secondary. At the elementary, we have Sue Egan, which is amazing, and she does all the tech support, but up at the secondary, there's 3 of us that split that. So trying to have a consistent person up at the secondary to support that. Looking at our future budgeting, I'm not sure how much you've been following along with the technology, but the rise of devices and costs have been crazy with AI. Our budget was not prepared for that. So we may have to start looking at some creative ways to be able to afford and provide high-level devices to our staff like we do now. Last year, we paid maybe $700 for a staff laptop. This year, we're looking at close to $2,000 a piece. It's wild out there. Same thing with the student Chromebooks. Last year they were maybe $250. This year they're ordering $400, $450. So we were lucky, and thanks to the town, we were able to get our order in early, so we didn't feel that too much. But there's still a lot of uncertainty out there. So so kind of looking at that and planning and seeing how we can get creative. On the horizon, I hope next year to start to work on and maybe put together a group or a committee to work on developing a cyber incident response plan. We don't have one. We should, just to have a good, clear, actionable protocol for responding to any type of cyber threat, whether it's small or not so small. So we just want to have those systems in place. We will be continuing to support staff in communications because I know that will be a change for some of them, especially for our coaching staff. So making sure that we are providing support there. We're going to continue with our cybersecurity education and continuing with our infrastructure and compliance. Another thing that we'll be working on next year, we'll be doing Jenkins phase 2, but there are new ADA compliances for websites and digital resources. We were lucky, we just got an extension. So we have until 2028 to make sure that our website is fully compliant. We're lucky because our website is new, it's very clean, and Parent Square does have some built-in ADA compliance, so it shouldn't be too bad. And then some other larger projects that we're looking at across the district. We do need new access points. These are very mature as well. So if we want to keep up with our safety, security, and being able to provide a strong network, that is something that we do have to look at. And then we are always exploring grant opportunities to see how we can help offset some of these costs. So that's it in a nutshell of year 2, but.
Do you have any questions or comments?
Just like with two questions. Yeah. I just have a question about the teachers using Parent Square. Are we gonna be using the Mind app? No, like, or is it just gonna be Parent Square? I know a lot of the coaches
Yeah.
now use
Right.
Mind app.
I mean, from my lens, Remind has never been an app that we've ever supported as a district-approved app. That just kind of came out of, I don't know where it came out of, honestly.
I think it's like
It's
a
just
common-
one of the times,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Same thing with Slack. There are some individuals that use Slack for
Telegram,
communication.
Another one you could use.
Yeah,
There's just,
Yeah, so we're
Right,
gonna be
correct.
working
There is
on
no
that to make sure that everybody
consistency, so we're trying to
complies
work on that.
with
Yeah.
district policy
Yeah.
related to communication.
No,
We
no,
just
I
have an
think that's
answer that.
great. I think if we just have one spot for everything.
We just have to make sure we can do everything that we want. If we're gonna use Parent Square, all rosters have to be built into it. So that means that like, who builds the rosters, who builds all the clubs, are the
Right.
teachers effectively trained? So we have to make sure we're complying with COP and FER, but we just haven't been able to sketch out, do we have the capacity to run every piece? Can we train everybody? Are there better apps? So it's a good question. We need to figure it out.
I think that's important though, Ryan. I mean, in all these conversations, it's like I think there's momentum for change and improvement, but also I think we need to think about a pause and for a heartbeat here. Yeah, exactly. And just, we don't want to just make decisions because we want to say we're taking action. We want to make decisions that make sense for today, tomorrow, and, beyond. So fair point there in terms of just like, what is the right fit? Parent Square might be able to do some things, but not everything, and that's just going to make people upset down the road. So, yeah. And that's applicable to everything, I guess, in the equity audit too.
I had a question about Parent Square that's a little bit different. I believe one of the things we were excited about was the ability to track open rates on emails and things. I was just curious if you happen to know, you might not, but like, have you seen an upward trend in those at all? This is a thing that we hear about a lot, is like communication, and are people hearing what we're putting out there into the world? And so I was just curious if you've noticed an uptick this year as people have gotten used to Parent Square. Or if that's
So I don't look at the open rates as much, but I know the principals do.
Okay.
And it's been great for them to be able to see. So if they get feedback from a parent or, a community member and they're like, oh, I never received, they're able to go in and see that and kind of, know. So I think.
Yeah, that's helpful, because I think that was
They
one
can
of the
see if
downfalls
it's been
of our
open,
Parent
if it's,
Square.
if it hasn't, if they received it. So the analytics and the control on that end has been very helpful for them. So I know that they have definitely utilized that.
That's great. And then my only other question was on your slide that talked about the website that you've built that, sorry, I keep getting kicked off the internet. It's making me laugh.
Turn to your-
I can't get
You're
into
getting
my own
timed out.
thing. Anyway, the slide that references the apps that are approved. I wasn't sure if that also applies to websites or if you have, because I have heard a couple of just like, this is not a huge number, but a few rumblings about like a lot of content being blocked. That is educational. And so I was just wondering if like how you sort of find the balance between wanting to keep kids safe online, but also letting them access things that they need for learning.
So that's two different things.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So this is just a list of resources that people are like, are these okay to use?
Yeah.
Right? Based on policy, all that stuff. If something's blocked, then that's firewall. So then the firewall, depending on how that website is categorized or that resource is categorized, if it's blocked, it's being flagged for something. Right? So it's being flagged for something that's on our list that shouldn't be coming through.
Okay. Is that something you can adjust? Can you make adjustments to that? Like, can you, like, say
Yeah,
for
so
example, there is a reason. Like, I think this comes up in sometimes like in history when kids are studying, something that's just World War II.
Yep.
And so there's talk of bombing or things like so that would get flagged, right?
Yep.
But we want kids to ultimately be able to access this website. Is that something that you're able to override or adjust, like if needed? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we do it every day.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
Okay,
piggyback
that was
on that because I hear it a lot. I heard it in a few of the civics action projects that I met with students, and there was like definitely an element of frustration of being able to have that fluid flowing access to things when they are doing research, it hits obviously more middle school and then into high school. So I guess I'm just kind of like a broader discussion on that in terms of, it doesn't have to be tonight, but maybe that's something in more of an internal discussion, and we can all kind of hear what you all decide or think, but, and the whys, but, and I understand safety and want everyone to be protected and safe, but also we want people to have access to the information that exists that they need to grow and learn and to meet curriculum needs. So I think there is like a tough push and pull there sometimes with, you know, maybe it's with teachers, maybe it's more student focused. I don't know. I know that it's complicated, but I definitely think it comes up a lot, you know, in terms of like how to access things and how much access we can have and what is the safe level and what sort of firewalls are there to protect, but also now they're sort of also limiting access to educational content that could be useful.
I guess, do you feel like you are, like, once you make those refinements, do they last, or are you constantly having to like re-refine and readjust? You know what I mean? Like, I think.
So once we allow a specific resource, it's allowed.
Okay.
Right,
So
so
this
it's
should,
not
in
something
theory,
that.
get better over time.
Right.
So, and it also depends on what they're researching and looking at, right? So like some topics are a little bit more riskier than others, right? So they might be a higher flagged area per se, right? So it's really hard to tell. I mean, it really is. I mean, there are resources that should probably be blocked, but they're not because of the way that the website is categorized. So it ends up coming through. And there are teachers that are like, we just saw this kid on this, wildly inappropriate, block it, you know? So, you know, there's all different. And then the filtering is different at every level. So elementary is totally different than middle's totally different than high school, right? So we just have to.
So it is developmentally sort of filtered.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So. All right.
Thank you so much, Jackie. You're doing a lot of work.
Oh, so sorry, Marcavius.
We're
Really,
still awake,
truly,
though.
apologies. We knew this would be a long, very long evening, but
Didn't think it was gonna be this long.
yeah, really long.
Well past, really sorry.
What'd you say?
I said I'm awake.
Janice's bedtime reminders.
Bedtime reminders are going off.
For Erica's first meeting.
It's not really.
It's not
usually
usually
like
this.
this.
I told her, I was like, this is a really
It's
long.
an extra long. We usually high five because they're efficient.
Great, I mean, the contents, and I have to say, I'm very, very excited.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. For those of you who may not know, I'm Marcavius Barnes, the MECO Director for Scituate Public Schools. I have just finished my second year as MECO Director and MECO's 58th year in existence here in Scituate. This is my first time doing a full year review for school committee. So we're really excited to kind of share with you guys what the years look like, some student achievements, and really kind of share out what our team goals are and as we kind of move forward into next school year. So MECO's overall mission is to provide equitable educational opportunities while promoting diversity, inclusion, and cross-cultural understanding in public schools. Program overview and objectives. So coming into this role, one of my very first objectives was to restructure the staff in a way that made sense not only for us, but for district staff and then also for our families and students, really, to really provide more equitable supports and access for students and families across the district in a way that made sense, and it wasn't feeling like one staff member was being pulled all over the place. So coming in, when I first started, it was just myself and had a program manager, but then moved forward to really restructure titles and bring on a third staff member so that we had an elementary coordinator, a middle school coordinator, and then myself overseeing majority of the high school and program wide. So as of now, we stand with 3 MECO staff in the district. Myself as the director, our elementary coordinator is Tina Kuka. She just finished her first year, and then Dina Dre is in her second year, serving as the MECO coordinator for grades 6 through 9, she helps freshmen with their transition year coming into the high school. Our program, staff, and objectives support student academic achievement and social development, foster belonging and positive school experiences, provide leadership and enrichment opportunities for students, strengthen family engagement, support college and career readiness, and then build connections between Boston and Scituate communities. This is a layout of student enrollment this year, which I'll kind of dive a little bit more into a little bit deeper into later in the presentation. This year, we are at 62 students. We started with 63. We had one student transfer out about mid-year to a charter school. Just earlier this year, METCO Inc. and DESE have been kind of going back and forth between some different policies that are affected in enrollment. And DESE put a cap on Scituate Public Schools METCO enrollment at 66 students. So pretty much the highest we can go is at 66. In the height of my time here, we were at 71. That was in 2023 and 2024. Currently, these are the numbers here. So we graduated 8 students this year out of the high school. Gates had 13 students, Jenkins at 10, Hadley 5, Cushing 4, Wampatuck 2. Looking at next year's enrollment, taking into account the students that just graduated, and then we have 2 students coming into the district this upcoming year, a kindergarten and a 4th grader. That's going to put us at the lowest number that we've had since I've been here at 55 students. A little bit of a concern, just the trajectory of graduating out more students than we're able to kind of bring in currently. And this has really become a real constitute of the policy that has been put forth from DESE. That's kind of made it a little bit harder for us to get students in, and then really for the whole process has really changed. It used to be based completely on the lottery system, and now it's not. And us being one of the furthest districts away from Scituate, it's not most ideal for a lot of families. So transparency relative to enrollment, this enrollment cycle, I had 12 students come through the enrollment portal. 2 of those families decided to move forward, and they were all based upon it's too far away. They don't have a car right now, so driving would be a concern. They all withdrew based upon the distance that it would take to kind of get out to Scituate. So as of right now, we're projected at 55 students, with 8 just graduated, and then we have 1 student, a current 8th grader that's going to be transitioning to a charter school for their high school career as well. So that accounts for 1 additional student going out. So 9 going out, 2 coming in. Highlights of this year. It was hard to kind of encapsulate the year into a like 10 to 15 minute presentation, but I did my best. Something I really want to highlight is student and family engagement, leadership and enrichment, and then student activities and achievements. Family engagement has been one of the more critical components of my goals and objectives of really trying to figure out how do I best connect not only our Scituate and Boston students, but more importantly, the families in a way that is effective to the support of the students, and not making it like they only see each other like at sports games, or if their kid mentions their name at the dinner table kind of thing. But really trying to create space and opportunities for families to really get out, see each other, and get back to. I'm not a METCO student. I was born and raised in the South, but I've heard a lot about what METCO used to look like, not only here in Scituate, but in many other districts. And I feel like a lot of the camaraderie has dissipated across METCO as a whole. And I think that's something that I've envisioned of figuring out how do I best get our families back to a space and a place where our students feel supported by both sides, both communities. Students have advocates and supports in their receiving districts. And really, again, creating space for mostly a lot of our new families to really meet. I just lost my track. Heard like a buzzing noise. To meet other families, and more importantly, really, how do we then kind of bridge the gap for those relationships to flourish without needing the backing of a METCO director. Leadership and enrichment. A lot of things that we've done this year it was really kind of a milestone year in my eyes for a lot of the students relative to these things they were involved in, relative to the conference I was able to get students out to this year, and then the activities and achievements, having record number of students involved in AP courses and students into dual enrollment this year, and just many things that have really, for me in my second year, been very eye-opening, but also kind of given me a lot of fuel and fire to push on into the next school years of like, okay, I've kind of started a little bit of traction here, but what is it that we then kind of take from this to move into the next school year? So with that, student and family engagement, these are some of the events that we've done this year. Again, centered around providing opportunity for families and students to engage with each other in a way that is not like a parent phone call or through just seeing another parent at a sports event or having an IEP meeting, right? But really kind of being genuine in the things we do and creating opportunities for the students to feel celebrated, supported, and for the families to have space and opportunity to then join students on that. So this year for our back to school kickoff, which it's a student-based event that I've run for the past 2 years, really just to get kids back before school starts. We go over like expectations that have them set goals for themselves, for the program as a whole. We go mostly for a lot of our incoming students and our incoming sixth graders. We'll take time to do like scavenger hunts in the middle school, so they can find their classes and teach them how to work a locker and teach them how to go through the lunch line. All these things so that when that first day comes, that it's not like, oh my goodness, like what is going on here kind of thing. And then providing space for the new families. Like, so for that event, we ran the bus like a regular day. So our families were able to see how early the bus is. They were able to see where the bus stops are. We only have 4 stops across Boston in the morning. So families are having to get up and kind of drive to different places. But the goal behind that was really get kids started off on a good track. And then for our incoming students, that first day of school, they knew someone already. They had a familiar face, whether it was myself or one of the other kids they met on that day. And we were actually able to partner with Nona's this year. So after that event, we went down to Nona's and the kids had ice cream. It was a great time. Hispanic Heritage Month luncheon is something we've done for the past 2 years. We do this in October. We've catered out through a Dominican restaurant in Boston to pretty much provide a day for students and staff to be able to learn about Hispanic Heritage Month, to experience Hispanic food, and then most importantly, to really provide a sense of representation and celebration for a lot of our Hispanic students. And the high school, 16 of our 28 students are of Hispanic heritage. So that has been a huge ask for them over the years, and kind of getting that out this year was a huge thing for us. Family ice skating at the Frog Pond. This is the event that we've done for the past few years down at the Frog Pond in Boston Commons. Again, this is a family-wide event for both Boston and Scituate families to come together. This year we got snowed out. It was like just like a snowstorm that day. So I didn't cancel it because it was snowing. And it wasn't snowing terribly. South Shore got a lot worse than Boston. But for the families that did come, it was looking like a snow globe in Boston, in the Commons. It was pretty cool. I'll show a picture in a second. This year we hosted our 5th annual Metco and Friends Lunch Cruise aboard the Spirit of Boston. This is an event, again, that brings Boston Scituate families together in a calm setting that I aim to create opportunity for them to engage. So we do like icebreakers and we do like name tags and really just creating space for families to connect genuinely over food. Kids love this event. This year we actually celebrated Ms. Gwendolyn Harmon's 20th year as our Metco bus monitor. She has served as the bus monitor since 2005. So it's technically, I guess, her 21st year. But she's been a critical component to ensuring that our families are taken care of, that our students are supported, and she's seen every student that we have in the program currently up to 12th grade have ridden her bus, except for the freshmen that started in 9th grade. So we did that, and then we also did a holiday card project in December for Children's Hospital. Community event as well, open up to the entire district to provide opportunity and space for families and staff to come out together. We spent the afternoon creating cards. We had hot chocolate and cookies, and that, again, this is our first year doing that event. We're going to continue that one, but it was incredible to see the engagement from the students and some of the things they've written out on the cards, just to kind of take themselves out of their own shoes and kind of think about some of the students the kids that may be receiving the cards. Huge success, huge event that I really look forward to kind of pushing out into next school year and hopefully having more participants at that event. This year, just a few days ago on last Thursday on June 11th, we hosted our 2nd annual end of the school year Metco celebration. This event is centered around really bringing the community together around our students, celebrating the end of another successful year, and really honing in on the the celebration piece, because the commitment for our Boston students to get to school year after year is like incredible, and really just kind of creating space and opportunity for them to feel supported in that is what that event was for. These are a few pictures from some of the events that we've done. So on the left here is the Hispanic Heritage Month luncheon, some kids eating here. This is a team building activity that we did at our back to school luncheon, our back to school kickoff, where they were equipped to build towers out of marshmallows and spaghetti sticks. And then on the right here is actually on the cruise picture of our students. We have in that picture there, we have students from 3rd grade all the way up to kids who graduated in the last 2 years. So it's just a snapshot of the cruise there. And then here, the top left picture is that's from our holiday card making event. And then on the bottom left is we took students this year to visit UMass Dartmouth back in December. So that's a picture of them there. And then on the right side, in the fall, we partnered with Holly Hill Farm and John Belber, who come in and hosted the Metco Kitchen, where kids had planted things late spring last year, and they harvested them early fall, and they were actually able to make salads and pastas out of the things they made there. So that's a picture of John and one of our students. They were making pasta salad that day. The top left is this year we took 24 students to Metco Advocacy Day at the State House. So Metco is a state-funded program where it's dependent upon yearly funding year after year. So each year in April they host Advocacy Day. This year I partnered with Assembly and Agnes Social Studies Department to make it a field trip for students. So it wasn't just Metco students that attended this trip, and really open it up to students to really see what it was like to see that side of Metco. I told kids it was going to be a super fun field trip. That was actually not long after I had took the kids to see Step Africa, so that was fun. And then a few days later, we went on this one. I told them it's not going to be super fun. It's going to be a lot of talking, a lot of listening. But the main point of this is really for you guys to understand this side of Metco and really what goes into kind of fueling the program, or for them to have opportunity and space to advocate for it, which has turned out to be a great event and great time for students. The bottom left is Miss Tina Kuka on the right side, and then 2 of our other elementary school students on our lunch cruise. And then on the right side is family skating during our family day at the Frog Pond event. It's literally like a snow globe. And yeah, so leadership and enrichment this year was a milestone year for our 48th Educators Conference, which is a conference that the Metco Directors Association hosts each year. This year, we actually had 15 staff in attendance across the district, 3 Metco staff, and then 2 staff from each school in the district. That was incredible to have that representation from each school, not only for Metco, but also for us to be able to connect with each other in a way that is not in the typical school day. Like, we were able to reflect on the conference, and then I knew probably 5 of the staff that had originally that had signed up. So I was meeting with people and really able to conversate with them in spaces that were directly related to Metco and directly related to supporting students and families. So that was huge this year. We brought 7 students to the Metco High School Conference at MIT this year. That was a leadership conference focused around creating leadership opportunities for students, leadership skills for students, and really kind of engaging them in activities with each other. So there was about, I think, 175 Metco students across 33 districts at this. So students were able to connect and network with other students, other directors, other staff, and then at the end of it, really kind of coming together to put together a takeaway project that they learned from the actual conference, and actually been able to partner with MIT. So next school year, we will be looking to do a field trip back to MIT for Scituate students to do a tour and do an actual classroom engagement with them at MIT. The leadership middle school retreat we just did 2 weeks ago. We took 10 students down to Ron Burton Training Village to do a leadership training there. That's like it's way down in like Hubbardston, Mass. Like, it's like 2.5 hours away. Out in the middle of the woods, but the kids loved it. I think it's kind of like a Borndale, but like more intense. I think it's a training village. Like, it's like borderline like it's ran by like ex-football coaches. But they train with the kids. They have them doing like a lot of like team building, leadership type of stuff, obstacle courses that are all geared towards team building, community building. And we took students through leadership training in the high school. They did for student mentors that were going to be mentoring younger elementary school students. Went through a 4-session leadership training there with them that again equipped them with leadership skills to then hopefully push out into the younger students to then recycle that. So then next year they'll be able to hopefully teach a lot of those skills to the younger students that will be coming in, then becoming mentors themselves. Then advocacy day, which I just spoke about, and then we were able to take kids on a visit to UMass Dartmouth as well. Student activities and achievement. In relation to academics, we have 6 students enrolled in AP courses this school year across 7 courses. That is the highest number of students enrolled in AP courses that we've had since I've been here. The first 2 years, I would say we had 0, and then we had 2, 1, and now we're at 6. So that number was huge. Every student that was eligible to be enrolled into dual enrollment this year with Quincy College was enrolled. So we had 5 students that were in either Spanish 1 or Shark Tank. All those students passed the course and have been enrolled into dual enrollment. 8 students graduated this school year. It's a 100% graduation rate of the students that started together as freshmen. All of them are going off to school, going to Morgan State, UMass Dartmouth, UMass Boston, Bridgewater State, Mass College of Pharmacy Health Sciences, and then Porter and Chester Institute for Trade. Athletics, 18 of our 16 high school students participate in athletics this school year. The sports are labeled lacrosse, both boys and girls basketball, both boys and girls football, baseball, track and field. That is also a historical number for us relative to students engaged in sports. One of the bigger barriers in the past have been transportation. So I've been able to get a consistent late bus for students Monday through Friday at 6 o'clock, which has been a huge component to adding to the things that students can do after school. We still run into a barrier with lacrosse. In particular, lacrosse practices don't start until like after 6 o'clock sometimes. So I'm running into situations where those students in particular, I've had to partner them with like other families to then be able to kind of get rides back into Boston or get them to the commuter rail. But boys lacrosse in particular, we have 2 boys that were playing there, aren't getting back into Boston until well after like 9, 10 o'clock at night for those. But to say the least, they had a great year. They stuck it out and have went kind of all the way through. Clubs and activities, 27 students participated in extracurricular clubs and activities across middle and high school this year. Some of those clubs are STAR, Best Buddies Art Club, mentoring program, both through Metco and through the high school, photography, environmental club, and gardening with Holly Hill Farm. Some areas for growth that I will kind of continue to work towards as we go into next school year. Enrollment being one of the bigger ones. I've kind of spoken about it for the past year or 2. Thinking about, so the current junior class, so next year's senior class would be 7 students. And the one after that is 7. And then the current freshman class is 9. So 7, 7, and 9 over the next few years is kind of what we're looking at as far as students that will be graduating out. In the current enrollment model, I've averaged 3 students in roles for the past 3 years. So a little concerning just the numbers there and how that will impact us and kind of the enrollment cycle. There are a lot of talks right now between superintendents, Metco Inc., MDA, and DESE to really kind of figure out what are we doing here and what is the projection of a lot of Metco districts. There's some districts, I won't say names, but like that have less than 20 students in their district. And with this current model, they're on trajectory to end up with 0 students in the next 5 years. So it's been a little bit of a concern and something that I want to kind of keep on the radar for us here. Of like, how are we, I guess, it's really not, it's almost like not on us, I would say presenting ourselves, but it's a lot of things that, again, that are almost out of our control that are being passed down from the top down that are impacting us significantly. I don't have it on here, but attendance is something that I want to continue to work on. Chronic absenteeism is It's been a thing that I've navigated over the past few years. The number is not significantly high of the students that are, but I think the students that are, I see significant academic gaps that continue to grow and compound over time. And that's something coming into the end of this school year that I have a select handful of students that are struggling severely academically, but also severely attendance-wise. And I think trying to correlate, okay, is this an attendance thing, or is it they're actually having learning disabilities or learning gaps here? And it's hard to really tell that when the student isn't able to even access the curriculum. I would like to continue to see increased number of students enrolled into AP course and dual enrollment. Telling the freshmen and sophomores this year that they were eligible for college credits, seeing them light up was incredible. And then going through the process with them, the application, seeing them do it was it was almost like the highlight of my year, honestly. Seeing them do that, and then the students finishing out their AP courses and passing those, like going into them, a lot of kids were really nervous about it. Like they were recommended for them. They're like, I don't know. But to see them all finish out the year in great standing was incredible for me. But I'd like to see that number continue to grow. And then improve literacy and math data across mostly STAR and MCAST. The number of students not meeting at the elementary school level has decreased. As of right now, we're only at 2 students not meeting in math and reading, and then at the middle school level, we're also only at 2. So I would like to see that at 0 at not meeting, and then more partially, the students that are partially meeting is between 7 and 9 at each school. At each school level. So that's something that I also like to continue to see. I'm glad that they've improved from not meeting, but I would like to see students that are at least at meeting or above going forward. Looking ahead, next school year, I'll be looking forward to celebrating METCO's 60th year in existence as a program fully. Scituate is not in our 60th year yet. We'll be in our 59th, technically. But we will be doing a district-wide celebration of METCO in its 60th year and doing like a living museum kind of thing. Currently, we're partnered with a historian to kind of navigate. I recently, last school year, came across 2 or 3 filing cabinets full of documents and old pictures and photo albums and all kinds of newspaper articles, so many different types of things. So I'm having a partner with a historian to kind of help me navigate through that to really put it into something that's digestible. We can show it off in a way that really celebrates all that we've done here and all that I hope we kind of continue to do in the years to come. Strengthening Friends of Scituate METCO partnerships. This is kind of a revamp of the host family program in a way that, again, kind of just creates space opportunity for families to connect, for them to be able to come together and really support the students, not only inside of school, but also as we move outside of school. Expand student leadership and civic engagement opportunities, support elementary academic growth through intensified enrichment opportunities after school, and then creating additional opportunities as well for middle and high school, and then creating spaces for cultural representation and celebration for students as we go forward. Any questions or thoughts?
You got through your first presentation?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I had some questions, but you answered them. So I would just say congratulations. You're doing awesome work. And on the DESE situation, if there's anything that we can do to be helpful in terms of advocacy, with that, let us know. Dr. Rob did tell us a little bit about that. I know some superintendents were involved in advocacy, but from the school committee lens, if there's any way that we can advocate for them to change those policies again, I think we'd all be happy to do that.
Tom's been a huge help on that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
You mentioned that you have like the student mentors, like when they learn the leadership stuff. What about like using that mentorship to like maybe get some more kids in the program?
So I think it's just a matter of figuring out how to do that for me. METCO Inc. So METCO just went under new leadership this past October. Dr. Candace Sumner became the new METCO CEO and president. Prior to her coming in, they used to do METCO Showcase, where it's like a college fair, but for METCO schools. And we would all go into Boston to Reggie Lewis Center, have tables set up, and we'd have student speakers, like a whole thing where we're able to at least project kind of what our district offers. And that was a place that I would kind of have things like that. But I think now trying to figure out the space to have students speak to other incoming students or potential families to kind of share their piece. But again, that's kind of something that I haven't yet figured out.
Do we know why those other families, was it just location, those other?
That was
families?
the location was the main thing, and then two of the families didn't like Scituate wasn't like they wanted very heavily to go to two other districts north of Boston.
It's hard. The distance is a challenge.
Yeah, it's
It's tough.
Some of the metrics that you just presented are so impressive, and particularly given that you've been here for just 2 years, what support, I love also, I think my favorite part of your presentation was how explicit you were about challenges and what you're predicting will be your priorities in the near term. What support do you anticipate needing?
Dr. Rabb has been a huge support, honestly, with kind of helping me think about that and being in conversations that I'm not in, like relative to other superintendents and Metco Inc. and whatnot. So really kind of partner with Dr. Rabb on a lot of it, I think will be a huge piece. And then my team. This year has been a breath of fresh air because I've been able to have a team that I can disperse and trust to kind of do the work. And then allowing me to focus a little more heavily on administrative things and like Metco Inc. things and whatnot. But really having my team in a place and empowering them to do a lot of the advocacy things I'm talking about, like they were at Metco Advocacy Day with me. They've been doing their own PDs outside of things that I've offered to them. So really, Dr. Rabb, my team, the students, honestly, like are a big part of it for me. And yeah, I kind of can't really think exactly in this moment kind of what I'll need to do for sure, but I do know that Dr. Rabb, even Ryan as well, have been huge components of kind of helping me navigate a lot of it. And then really just leaning into my team and empowering them in all ways that I can.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Well done.
Have a great rest of the night.
We'll be here. I still have so much to do.
I know. We're gonna try to go quick. We're gonna fly. I think sorry can be abbreviated.
Yes, abbreviated.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna truncate.
That'd be great.
Sure. So along those lines, I'll let Mrs. Houle talk. But basically, we've started to put together a document to show the committee how we want to present donations moving forward. So we've populated it with some information that we found. There's some information that's not there yet through no fault of anybody's. It's just a matter of we had a deadline, we wanted to get it shown. Certainly, Mrs. Houle will run through the numbers, but I would also like the committee to take a look at the format because we want to get used to this format of presenting donations so that every meeting we have a running record of it. So this way, it's hard to remember sometimes, what do we approve back in January? What do we approve back in February? This, we head into the next fiscal year, this will provide a really running record. And so we always know what we're approving at any given time. And it will grow over time. So I'll let Mrs. Houle do the actual presentation. But that's the goal of this. As much as to present the numbers and celebrate the numbers, it's also to look at the format. If you have any recommendations or suggestions, feel free to let us know.
Okay, so assuming that everyone's looking at Appendix D, which Ryan is about to put up, I believe,
Sure.
just so the people at home can follow as well.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna be short and sweet.
They all fall
We
under
like
the
that.
same canopy.
Short and sweet. We have it in front of us if you can.
You can
Oh,
start.
there you go.
Okay, so what you'll see on the first page is everything that we did in January. So the idea would be that every time I presented this, whether it was, once a month is kind of ideal in terms of, because of the sheer number of things that happen, that would make sense. So each month in gray, you would see what, the last thing you did. And then before that would be each previous month. So if I'd been doing this all year, there would have been a October, November, et cetera. We'll start with January, and you'll see, as you may remember, we had all those wrestling tournament donations, we had the trailer come in from a private citizen, and then our Shore donation of the golf simulator. So those are there, their total, that was $18,799. You'll notice that that's allocated to the high school because it's all athletics. And I put the names in just to show you what it would look like. I put in, Cushing, Hatherley, et cetera, but the only ones we were approving, for January were, or actually it was technically February, I think the 2nd, were the high school. So then what we would do is we would come down and we would say, if you were going to approve these tonight, which you can if you want to, probably kind of a moot point.
Right.
But what I did was I was able to get from most of the schools so far, and again, as Dr. Rob said, it's just a question of timing while I'm missing a couple of things. This is from the treasurer of the Cushing PTO. And in this particular case, they literally had each of that with the date that it happened. And it just gives you the amount that was spent and what it was for. And you'll notice that at the end of the year, including some very small amounts of money that did not come through the PTO but got deposited directly into Scituate, and that's just the way Box Tops is set up, $37,396.
Spent.
Yeah, so there's a lot of great things going on at Cushing. Though it's possible that some of those were expenses versus other things. We'll just take that at face value for the moment. Then you see I've got Hatherley, and in their case, it's just by activity versus by any date, and that was $51,409. And then you'll see Jenkins, $24,646. Wampatuck, I do not yet have to show you. I don't know why this one is facing the wrong direction. I apologize.
You can still see it.
Yeah, we got it.
But yeah, you can see what it should be. And you'll notice that Gates had several things going on, including the art adoption. And then there were no new things, for the current time at the high school. I did put two things that are kind of primarily done at the high school, but I put them as district rather than assign them to the high school. In part, so when I was creating this, I didn't realize that Best Buddies was primarily a high school thing. But you'll notice that course gives us money to pay the stipends for the Best Buddies program. And I'm just going to add a personal note. I love Best Buddies. Great program. And then the Scituate Education Foundation. And you'll notice that money primarily is used for the IXL cart, some robotics, and miscellaneous supplies. So going forward, if you want to adopt this type of a format, I would be able to do this again on the frequency that you would be comfortable with. I am going to suggest, and I'm sure Dr. Rob will speak to this more, I know he sent out in an email a copy of two things from outside sources about the best way to handle donations, particularly from PTOs, but also booster clubs, and any other external source. If they're going to use your district name, we're raising funds for. Now, when your logo is there, probably tighter guidelines. And again, I'll leave that part to Dr. Rob, but definitely, and I think that's what we're seeing here and why this has been kind of, I'm going to call it the Wild West for a while. And it's been working. They're spending money and the schools are benefiting, but it was happening kind of outside of anyone's real knowledge or oversight. Now, I did not include here, but if you look at the treasurer's reports from the PTOs, it does tell you what all their fundraisers were. And they all seemed pretty reasonable. I didn't see anything that made me say they did what. But again, something that you would perhaps want to be taking a look at. Ideally, fundraisers would be approved either by the superintendent or the school committee prior to their actually occurring.
It all speaks to what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
To tighten things up, create processes.
And ideally, this
This is the
happens
first
ahead.
crack at this.
Yeah, I think this is all sort of like a wrapped up school year, but going forward, we would want to approve these before they occurred.
We had talked about doing this also as part of the finance subcommittee work.
Right.
So that
Yeah.
that could be just something
Yeah.
that they do on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And can get a little more in the weeds than the full
present
committee
something
does.
like
Yes.
this.
Right.
Present a memo. of
Yep.
sorts
Yeah.
that
A
sort of
memo
highlights.
summary that says, in this month's expenses for approval are the following things. We've already looked at them. Here's the one we needed to investigate a little bit more. We already did that work. So we're not sitting up here having a golf simulator
Full-fledged.
moment
Yeah. Yeah.
if you will.
I also wonder, does this spreadsheet need to have an estimate of people impacted, like people who benefited? Because I'm just thinking about all of our conversations around equity, that I would like to know if the differentials in some of these are just a matter of there's more students or there's more staff versus one school was able to really, and then what does that mean for us as a district if one elementary school is getting, it's the same as the sports, right? Like I wanna make sure I'm being consistent, which is everybody's getting what they need and like if one, I mean, I really do love your idea of all the boosters giving a percentage into a general. And so if we're finding that one PTO is more successful, do we think about the same kind of model for
Yes,
the
it's a
PTOs
great
so that
point.
we're making sure all the students are getting what they need, not just because they're located closer to
Yes,
this school or
right.
that school?
I think
So-
in the last couple of years, anecdotally, I feel like that there's been a little bit more communication across the PTOs.
I think so too.
But I would love there to be even more.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I just think that's a whole other kind of unexplored territory, but that might naturally happen as an outgrowth of this.
Yeah.
Particularly as I think they might need a training of some kind.
Yeah.
And so that could be an opportunity to kind of start that conversation with them too and say like, hey, this is also opportunity
Oh,
to-
yeah.
for you to share what's working, how you do this, what you do.
I mean, we have
blah, blah, blah.
super generous PTOs, and I think
Yes.
to Janice's earlier point about Model UN, like if we had a general PTO fund, do you now all of a sudden have a family where we have a process that we can help them go to Europe, right? Like because in the elementary school PTOs, they use some of that money for field trips and
They use a
things.
lot.
They use a lot of
They
it.
do.
Which, which I don't wanna,
I'm not trying to direct any PTO to do it, but I'm just saying that becomes possible funds that we could tap into.
yeah, but I think the quicker we can communicate to the PTOs, like this is the process now. Because we don't want them to be waiting, like the quicker they understand it, the quicker we can get to like approving things. And we don't wanna like delay a trip because,
No, I think that's pretty standard.
Yeah.
I also think we have an opportunity in the sort of closing of Cushing and new sort of distribution of the way kids are gonna be placed at our three, going from 4 to 3 will certainly help a
Make
little
it
bit,
easier.
and there will be some of those PTO that Principal Sheehan was talking about, just sort of those transitional roles and just coming together a little bit, and these, how to dissolve fund, but also,
Make it
somehow it
more.
needs to be infused. It's not just the new school that's absorbing some of that.
My recommendation to both PTOs was actually to dissolve both and start over with a new one.
Yeah,
One.
yeah, okay.
And I've started very preliminary conversations with those treasurers, but just to begin those conversations. And like you said, with 3 elementary schools that are gonna be roughly the same size
Right.
when
Yeah.
we're done, that will allow for some natural understandings of how you do things. And the numbers will make a little more sense when this
It's a good
is
time to be doing
size.
it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The timing
It's
is
natural.
perfect.
That's a good point. Yeah. Great.
Yeah, and I think it's been said a few times, but we've all been on PTOs and have kids that are engaged in sports and clubs and everything across the district. So we donate, we participate, we attend. We are literally immersed in all this. We support and know how much work goes into it for parents. And we are grateful for the volunteering of all parents and caregivers with these organizations, boosters, PTOs, et cetera. So we just want to support them, the longevity of them and the sustainable success. And part of that is following the policies that we have in place already. And so we want to be supportive of that and, kind of all be on the same page and transition together here. So, we will get there. Great. Thank you for this format. Do you want any, maybe if anybody has any additional thoughts on this after they get a few hours of sleep.
Once we get that
credit Dr.
subcommittee.
Rob for the format.
Okay, we'll think about it.
Credit
Once we get
her
this
is
up and
good.
running, I imagine
Yeah.
that will be another.
They might wanna look at this,
opportunity
yeah.
to revisit it, but I think.
Yeah. I think this is a fantastic start. It's great to lose that. All right. Very quickly, so we're talking about dates and things for the summer. Sort of just a discussion point to put it on everybody's radar. After tonight, we might have to have one virtual meeting for Dr. Rob's contract or something, because then we won't meet again until August. So we're looking at just a potential 8/26/26 date for that, for the committee's knowledge. If anyone has any major issues with
Like
that.
an official meeting?
Or our retreat.
During the day.
Yeah, during the day.
Yeah, hasn't been fully structured. No, you'll be fine to go. We'll let you
We'll
go
let you
by
go your
4 or earlier maybe.
You could do
Putting them
morning,
on your
right?
radars.
I don't know if people have preferences on timing.
We
That
usually
day?
do what, like 8
Is that
or
a
9?
Wednesday? I will be out of town Wednesday. You're out of town?
We can look at other dates.
It's a Wednesday.
Yeah, I
Initial
just realized, that's why I was looking at the calendar.
suggested.
I have to do a presentation. Are you out that whole week, Carrie? No. When are you around that week? That's what I need to look, let me see.
We have our own administrative retreat that Monday and Tuesday, so if we're gonna do that, we would have to look at Thursday or Friday. Thursday's our new teacher orientation, but that's only first thing in the morning.
I could do Friday of that week. I know Friday's not the greatest for a retreat, but.
You could do morning,
like
Friday
done by
morning.
noon.
That is the Gates orientation.
Oh, it is? I don't have that in my calendar yet.
This is shocking.
Wow.
This is absolutely
I don't have that in my.
earth-shattering.
Okay. I could do the 27th.
But we could do it after that
But
at
we don't
11.
have to be there, right? Is that just
I don't know,
for
it's just in
kids?
my calendar.
It's just for the kids.
You know, we have like a whole host
I
of
feel like
them
we
that-
drop them off.
You just
drop them
off. Just drop off.
Drop off and
Okay.
drive over here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
fine.
They'll all
Friday,
be there. It's fine.
All
Erica,
right.
does that work for you? the
It does,
Friday?
yes.
So the
Yes.
28th in the morning?
That works for me.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
better for
absolutely.
me.
I'll have the library conference rooms.
Perfect.
Are we doing a half day or a whole day?
I think a half is fine. 3-4 hours.
I think for like.
Nothing like a meeting.
8 to 12.
I think 4
They don't
hours.
open till
4 is
9.
good.
They
We
don't
do
open
4.
till 9.
8 to 12, is that
They
fine?
don't-
Oh,
they
they
don't
don't
open
open
till
till
9.
9.
The
Library.
9 to 1.
9 to 1. 9 to 1. That's fine.
I'll have snacks.
And then they're technically called summer meeting dates, but it's really because of the way the calendar falls this year that we would end up having a meeting on 17th, or were we looking at the 17th? And
17th
31st.
or the 30th.
Of July or
And or
August. We figure we take July off.
Yeah.
And then 8/17, 8/31, either or both.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's 17th or the 31st?
Or both.
Or both.
So just sort of looking for some feedback there. People are out of town still, ready to get back into
Well, at least for that, we
business.
could, technically, one of us could be on Zoom.
Yeah, correct.
That too, so.
Not
I'm
as-
around
not
those,
as
that works for me. Yeah, those work
I'm
for me
around
too.
Okay. All right. All right, so I'll discuss with Dr. Ab and then I'll send an email.
Okay.
All right,
The
great.
district convocation is the 31st. It doesn't, we can meet that night, but just for the committee's
Okay.
awareness, and I'll have Sarah put it on your calendars.
Okay.
You're always welcome, it's not a mandatory event, but you're always welcome. Sure.
Yeah, because Labor Day is not until the following weekend, so
Right.
it's
Yeah,
just
it's
a little
late.
weird,
It's
yeah,
later.
for being so late.
Mhm.
So I know that other districts actually do meet during the summer. They take a few weeks off, but we historically have taken more than a few weeks off. And I do think that we have a lot going on, so it wouldn't be the worst thing for us to do either the 17th or the 31st.
Or even both, honestly.
Or both, honestly,
Yeah,
even if they're
like,
short.
Only because we have the,
Right.
you have the athletic thing.
Yes.
We have the renaming thing that's
Yeah,
gonna be due very
exactly.
quickly.
If you count up the
Mhm.
weeks, it's from
I
today
think it
until
makes it easier
August.
for central office
Quite a
if
bit
we
of a
meet.
Well, also, we don't
hiatus,
have
guys.
such a long meeting. Like,
Yeah.
we don't
I'd
have to have such
rather,
a.
I would rather
Yeah.
have more meetings than
Same.
like this
Same.
long,
This
because
was
this is like killing
Yeah.
me. I know.
And as we look at the calendar
This
for
is
next
like
year,
half my
maybe
bedtime.
that's something to think about.
I was thinking that
I
in
mean, this
June.
never happens, but this is
In
this
June,
is
we
very
might
special.
wanna stack and have more meetings.
I think
Yes,
so, too.
it seems like we need them in June.
Surely we need them.
Yeah, agreed, as we build for 26, 27.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. All right, that's all from me.
Okay.
It does say vote. I think we're gonna table the vote because
We
we're
can
not
do
ready
it
to vote
when
yet.
we Zoom. We can do it when we have our Zoom.
Okay, this will be fast. We have our policy memo. Hopefully everyone read it, because if you did, that's everything that you need to know.
Yes.
Great. So we have some policies we need to vote on. The first one is JKAA, our timeout exclusion and restraint of students. Just a quick overview. This was rewritten to align with new state regs. DESI requires this policy and the accompanying procedures to be in place by August 17th. So us doing it as a first reading and vote is for that reason. It's pretty straightforward. It needs to happen. When it's in place, it will allow staff to be retrained, refreshed on what's in it. Do you have anything else you want to add, Ryan?
All staff have been trained. Before Michelle left, she did it. Dr. Robert, sorry. And it'll be included for other staff who work in this capacity beginning of September.
Amazing.
Thank you.
All right, I make a motion that we approve the updated JKAA timeout exclusion and restraint of students policy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent.
JLCD, administering medication to students. So this one, we would also like to strike our existing policy and replace it with masks model policy. This also aligns with what's described in our handbook, so we discussed more when we talked about handbooks and when we discussed our wellness policy, so it's aligned, it's just a little bit more updated. Yeah. Great. Janice, you wanna?
Sure. I make a motion that the school committee vote to approve JLCD, administration of medication to students.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And lastly, JLCDC, self-administration and self-carry of medications. There was an update in mass regs on this, so this brings us into alignment. We currently don't have a policy on this, but it is reflected in our handbooks in that way, but this would give us a district level policy if that was important, because for any family who has a child who might need to do this, they might look in our policy handbook for this policy, and we want to make sure it's there.
It's like EpiPens.
Yes.
Blood sugar.
Yep, diabetes, yep. So I therefore make a motion that we approve JLCDC self-administration, self-carry of medications as a new policy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. No warrants are in the backup for approval tonight. Correct. Unless I'm missing
No,
anything.
only
Didn't think so.
the written
Just the
warrant
first
that I gave you.
All right.
Let's table this though.
Can we do
also.
this?
Yeah.
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 Yep,
Yeah.
we're gonna table this.
Yeah.
But I think what's to know is if everyone could just give it a gander and be ready to talk about it
Yeah.
and be ready to tell
Yeah.
Nicole what subcommittee you're most excited
You
to
can
be
email
on
me on
and
that.
what liaison role you most wanna have. And then when we get together, we can talk about
Wait,
it.
can you say that again? So
look at
there's
the
two there's
subcommittees
subcommittees
and
and then there's
liaisons.
is the bottom table the liaison table?
Yep, and
Are we
then,
really gonna be liaisons for all the committees you
So-
have on here?
but look at what it says though. It says that we're not attending meetings, we're just introducing
We're just
ourselves
gonna
as
go
the
to
liaison.
Okay.
School committee
And then
representative.
saying like, let us know.
There's
what it is.
several that we just
Yep.
like don't need to
It's,
go.
that's
No.
clarified now.
They don't talk, I mean, they
Nope,
don't
that's
have-
clarified now, so that
Okay.
should be good.
Great.
But same like working groups, advisories, like sick bank committee, stipends negotiations, like some of those are not active right now, but like everyone should take a look at everything. And if you keep on going, at the bottom of the last page, communications, outreach, and public appearances, I think that matters too. Like I think just tonight's another example of like there's so many great things happening and no one knows. And so that part does matter. As we have to keep thinking about that. So look at that too and think, right, what's your role gonna be?
I think we should give some serious thought to financial forecast too, because like Peter Gates was our
Yes.
guru. And I think
thinking about like succession, we
Yes.
somehow should, I feel like we all need to get better at financial forecasts. I'm not saying we should all be on it, but like.
But we have to be thoughtful about it.
We wanted to
Like I feel like I
recommend-
learned from
He's been on
Peter.
it for a long
I was on it
You
with
learned.
him.
Yeah, I know you were.
We wanted to recommend that whoever's on financial forecast be also our finance subcommittee. Those shouldn't necessarily
got
be different, just because when they are, it's kind of silly.
Yeah.
But
They
I think
really
if
work hand in hand.
if we can shore up our finance subcommittee, that will help everyone.
Yeah, because I just think if we all need some tutoring on what's going on in the town and to be aware of
Yeah.
the formula and.
Yeah, that's in here as
Budget
like a
plans.
shored up
Yeah.
version of it, similar to the new equity and belonging one policy, and then the school building, which is another high functioning one.
I'm excited about these subcommittees.
Yeah, me too.
If anyone on the committee has any questions, just send me an email individually and we can discuss anything in this document.
You don't hit reply all.
Don't hit reply all.
Don't reply all.
All right. The end.
Oh, who's gonna do it? This is always Peter's
Take a
job.
motion, make a motion to end the meeting at 10:22.
I second that.
Okay, all in favor?